budget, you wasn't thinking about these people. These are the type of people we're trying to help. I have said every year in this honorable house that Bahamians in general, especially the young people, we ain't looking for no handout, you know. We're looking for a shot, man. Looking for an opportunity. We want to show you what we could do. We want a shot to be somebody. We want a shot to be a positive asset to this nation and a shot to becoming a building block as we develop our country. And to show that we believe in Bahamians, the government further provided monthly housing stipends for Family Island students attending University Bahamas. Y'all around here talking about y'all for the poor on my foot. You vote against these initiatives and life-changing opportunities.
That's right.
You have no shame. You voted against the budget. Madam President, this is no small staple in the lives of the Bahamian people. Many Bahamians who could have otherwise afforded a tertiary level education are now free to pursue this path. Once again, this is the government that is building a house on the rock. Madam President, COVID has halted a lot of academic activity locally and internationally. This pandemic has caused students from all over the world to be affected by staying home and being taught by either homeschool or through technology. My fellow Bahamians, the government, along with BUT, found ways on how we are going to educate students going forward. UB, BTBI, and other learning institutions locally all switched to a virtual platform to ensure that our students continue to get proper learning to equip themselves for the future. As relates to the virtual learning, before the COVID-19, the Department of Education had started to distribute tablets to students in the grade K3 level. So far, to this date, 9,000 of the 12,000 devices were distributed. The process continues. It is also important to note that notice is because Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19, which resulted in resources, had to be shifted and has put the rest on hold for the Family Islands. I have been advised that the Parliamentary is on its way in its new budget period to provide a tablet for every student and laptop for every teacher during this academic year in our primary schools. This will cost $3 million. I say again, my fellow Bahamians, this is building a house on the rock.
That's right.
Madam President, it was announced by the Minister responsible for education, the Honorable Jeffrey Lloyd, that we are now seeing incremental upward projections in the graduation rate in the number of public high schools graduates nationally. In June 2017, 47% of the students graduated. In June 2018, 53% of the students graduated. And in June 2019, 59% of the students graduated. Madam President, if I may, I would like to take this time to say congratulations to all students graduating from schools during this time. I want to start off by saying congratulations to my daughter, Jamazia Moss, who graduated from H.O.Nash Junior High School. Thank you. Who graduated from H.O.Nash High School and was able to graduate with 3.2 GPA. I am proud, not just because she's my daughter, but because she was able to overcome the hurdles that came her way. She was able to stay focused and surpass the goal and is now excited about her new challenge, that is high school. Thank you. Secondly, I would like to take this time to congratulate Miss Hannah Presenti from Exuma. The reason why I'm doing this, Madam President and fellow senators, is because on social media, I saw this story pop up on my timeline. And the story from this young lady was very intriguing. I felt a connection because at the end of the day, my story is somewhat the same. This young lady, who herself went through a lot during her time from losing both her grandparents, 2 cousins, and an aunt. She also expressed her mother didn't have much and worked 2 jobs, but by the grace of God, she was able to overcome. She thanked everyone who poured positive vibes into her spirit and encouraged her along her journey. She shared with me that she was a deputy head girl, graduated with a 4.0, and is the school's valedictorian. She received most outstanding in 7 categories and has been accepted by 12 universities. Her goal is to become the greatest architect to come out of the Bahamas. I know she can do it, my fellow Bahamians. I know she can. And this is a picture, I believe they're showing it now on television, but I just want to send to my colleagues, this is the young lady right here from Exuma. This 100% you can pass it on. She got out what? Exuma. Exuma. Like, she lives in Exuma. I get what she's saying. So I just want to say again, congratulations to all who graduated this year, and may God be with you in your new adventures. You know, again, these are the types of success stories, the types of personal stories that motivates the FNM into doing more for younger Bahamians. The future of this country begins with them. And again, we are building a house on the rock. Madam President, I now move on to the Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Works, which is known as the Ministry of Everything, is responsible for our country's infrastructure and all public-owned buildings, properties, and the list goes on. And their mandate is very clear to basically keep everything in good condition. Truth be told, that during the last PLP administration, this was not the case. We saw a record number of public buildings devaluing before our eyes, and even the one that the minister at the time was stationed, the headquarters. But like I said, the leadership at that time, at the helm at that time, allowed the cry to fall on deaf ears. Also, during the time, we had many foreigners employed at the Ministry of Works in key decision positions that Bahamians could have filled. Bahamians who have shown themselves qualified, tried on many occasions to get a job, bring their expertise, and contribute positively to the national development of our country in a 21st century Bahamas. My fellow Bahamians, sadly, that too fell on deaf ears. The government at that time, who shouted from the mountaintop saying, Bahamians first, or believe in Bahamians, have proven to be a group who is more about talk and no action. In my opinion, they lie more than fish. Bahamians who I have spoken to became very discouraged and they left. Madam President, 5 years later, the minister led the FNM administration under the leadership of Prime Minister Hubert Menace, a man of the people, for the people, and by the people, charged the Ministry of Works, now under the esteemed leadership of the Honorable Desmond Bannister, to go out and find Bahamians to fill in the key positions so that Bahamians who are qualified can contribute to the building of our nation, Bahamian style. Bahamians who know the minister to be a man of action and results-driven hearken to his plea, his public plea, looking for qualified Bahamians professionals to fill in key positions within the ministry. My fellow Bahamians, the minister responsible for works, the Honorable Desmond Bannister, made the announcement that the Bahamas government have agreed to hiring of 21 Bahamians and 2 non-Bahamians. The positions ranges from, if I may, Madam President, Deputy Director of Public Works, 5 senior engineers, 1 senior architect, 1 area engineer for Elutra, 2 architects, 5 assistant architects, 5 assistant engineers, 2 draftsmen, and 1 trained technical officer. At that time, Minister Barnes touted out, and I quote, that this is the first time in the history of the Ministry of Public Works that so many Bahamian technical professionals have joined the ranks of our staff. We welcome them with open arms, end quote. Living forefather, His Excellency Sir Arthur Folks, a man of my own heart who took me under his wing from my days at Government High. And, I owe a lot to him. And even politically, he really poured some good stuff into me. But like I say, Madam President, living forefather, His Excellency Sir Arthur Folks said, and I quote, Bahamians are a very talented people. If we as the people and government believe in the people and put our money where our mouth is, then we will see the true God gifts of our people. End quote. That's what he said. That's what a living forefather. A man who put his life on the line for this country to be free. That's what he said. And by the way, I didn't get a chance to meet you this year, but I just want to say happy birthday publicly. You know your birthday didn't go on, sir. My fellow Bahamians, by those words, our focus and pledge is always renewed. This is another example of what your FNM government has and continues to do, and has incrementally empowered Bahamians in key areas of our public sector. This is what real government of the people does. We will cut our teeth to see that qualified Bahamians are at the helm of the decision-making table. This is building a house on the rock. Madam President, as I mentioned throughout my speech, COVID-19 has greatly affected the Bahamas beyond measures the human mind can fathom. Despite seeing cuts in budgets across, this caring minister has joined the list of ministers and individuals with portfolios in displaying a heart for the Bahamian people. Madam President, as you already know, the straw market comes under the Ministry of Works. During the lockdown, straw market vendors weren't able to come in and make their money. As the days go by, the vendors became very concerned about their rent adding up, but under this caring government, the Straw Market Authority suspended payment for rent to all vendors at the Bay Street Market during the entire closure period COVID-19 global pandemic. According to the Straw Market Authority, the total loss in the rental income during the COVID-19 global pandemic to the 31st of May 2020 is $165,550, or a 71.4% decrease. My fellow Bahamians, while this may be a significant blow to the much-needed finances for the SMA, we here on the government side all agree that the safety of our people is our main priority. Madam President, under the PLP control, they abused BPL points as though it was a blank check where access had no limits. The PLP gave lucrative BPL contracts to their supporters, and when asked about it, they boldly said, "What's the fuss about?" As though it's their money. Under the disastrous PLP watch, we have seen where the PLP managed BPL to a level that was disgraceful and unbecoming of a government and a minister. Under their watch, the PLP, who campaigned on putting Bahamians first, did the unthinkable and total opposite by giving full managerial control to a foreign entity. Former Ministers Dowell and Minister Mitchell and Dowell both supported this decision with pride, despite a senior PLP telling them, the PLP government and the public, that they should have never surrendered management to the corporation, to a foreign company. After the many blackouts in Nassau because of the bad management by the former government, particularly from the former minister, who was also the deputy prime minister. But since the FNM came into power, through the will of the Bahamian people, we took back BPL from Power Secure and allowed Bahamians to run the institution and chart its course to get BPL on track to its glory days. Madam President, the good minister who received his mandate from the Prime Minister to fix BPL warned the Bahamian people that it is going to be a rocky ride because what this former administration left in place with regards to BPL is unacceptable and disgraceful. But he will deliver our political, but he will deliver on our political promise to fix BPL. Madam President, in the last 2 years, we continue to experience blackouts upon blackouts. That is the truth. But while that was taking place, work and progress was being done to bring forth a new BPL, and Bahamians can be proud of. BPL has and is making tremendous progress under this FM administration. You will recall that on December 15, 2019, the new Station A at our Clifton Pier Power Station came online. Station A is the largest single power plant ever built in the history of BEC BPL, and it was built in record time, less than 9 months. I am thankful for the opportunity to be present on that day to share that in that moment for such a great achievement. The opposition tried to play it down because they were ashamed of their abyss record. In addition, this deployment of brand new cutting edge technology and the Blue Hills Power Station was a partnership between the government of the Bahamas, BPL, and GE at a cost of $27.3 million. The Prime Minister called this installation of the new machine at BHBS a critical step in the ongoing transformation of the energy sector. And I quote, end quote. The minister responsible said, and I quote, the fact that the TM2 2500 can be switched to run on LNG supports the government's push towards cleaner, more reliable, less expensive energy. And as I have said, the use of LNG is expected to usher in a new energy future of the Bahamas, end quote. My fellow Bahamians, once again, this is building a house on the rock. My fellow Bahamians, it don't stop there. While we may be committed to fixing Nassau's vexing problems that has haunted it for over 40 years, the minister who I labeled publicly an action-oriented man has led the crusade to fix the islands that are challenged with their outdated generators. Other generation projects executed over the course of the last fiscal year total just over $1.923 million and includes major overhaul of units in San Salvador, Bimini, Georgetown, Hatchet Bay, Great Harbor Key, South Andros, and North Andros. The replacement of an age genset in Inagua and the overhaul of a second generator on the island. Thirdly, installation of engine in Cat Island, replacement of an engine in North Andros. Also, installation of parts at the Marsh Harbor Power Station. Demolition of damaged power station building in Bimini. Madam President, the crusade continues. The ministry is on its way to sign a contract early next year to construct a new bridge in Eleuthera. Over in Long Island, Minister Bannister announced that the construction of the bridge has been completed by a native Long Islander, engineer Stephen Knowles, and will provide access for Long Islanders and visitors to beautiful Newton's Key. According to the good minister, and I quote, the Newton Key Bridge is the first bridge that was built by the administration. And it was finished less than 3 years into this administration. And it's one bridge more than the former administration built in the entire 5 years. Madam President, once again, this F&M isn't just talking, we are showing. Last year, July 2019, the cabinet approved for the erection of a new bridge in Spanish Wells. The efforts of this global pandemic played a major role and delayed the erection of the new bridge. The old bridge was fragile for many years, but members opposite did nothing. They did nothing, Madam President, resulting in the bridge collapsing. Thankfully, no lives were lost, but because of COVID-19, everything was delayed, but it is on course now, and an erection of a new bridge is scheduled for August of this year, and it will be completed. It will make 2 more bridges that the former administration built during their entire 5 years in office. But your leader, who was the minister responsible, did nothing. And he wants to be prime minister. My. Madam President, The crusade continues. The bridge in Staniel Creek, Andros, was built in the 1960s. The PLP represented Andros for more than 40 plus years and watched that bridge deteriorated and allowed it to become progressively worse. The former minister responsible for works did nothing to address this matter, leaving it in critically severe condition. Shame. This FNM government that values the people is moving full steam ahead to replace it with a new bridge. The modern new iconic bridge that will span to 300-foot creek. Minister Bannister said, and I quote, "We expect it to be finished by the end of this year as a special Christmas gift to the residents." End quote. Madam President, the construction of this third bridge by this minister's administration will be 3 more bridges more than the former administration built in their entire 5 years. The crusade continues. Madam President, the crusade has arrived in London Creek, and the work will start for the construction of a 148 long foot by 42 wide bridge. Minister Bannister said, and I quote, "The culverts will improve the water flow in the area and will allow the natural regeneration of the ecosystem. The internal height of the culverts is between 4 to 8 feet, which allows the natural flushing of the creek." End quote. My fellow Bahamians, while we demonstrate our love for you, we are also showing our care for the environment. Yes, this FNM continues to be environment friendly. Madam President, this bridge is expected to be completed in 2 months. And yes, my fellow Bahamians, it'll be the 4th bridge structure built by this minister's administration in less than 4 years. So yes, PLP. The FNM cares about Andros, and we show it by our actions. Madam President, the PLP all of a sudden is concerned about the people in Abaco. The PLP is all of a sudden is concerned about their safety, etc. But Madam President, during their term in office, they had their leader, who was the minister responsible and deputy prime minister, willfully decided to ignore the advice from the engineers and instead build a low-lying culvert instead of a real bridge to connect Little Abaco to Great Abaco. They wasted millions of dollars. During the passage of Hurricane Doreen, the bridge automatically was destroyed, and to make matters worse, because of their bold incompetence, the structure and road was left sunk underwater. I bring good news though, Madam President. I bring good news that the government intends to have that fixed and bring a real structure that is recommended by the professionals. You know, the engineers, who y'all said was talking fool. Well, the completion of this bridge, will be this year, and will be a Christmas present to the people of Abaco, and will be the 5th bridge by the minister's administration in less than 4 years. And Madam President, as the good Minister Bannister said inside that house, so yes, Ken Island, we are correcting your errors of judgment because the FNM cares about Abaco, and we show it by our actions. Madam President, the crusade continues, and it has now arrived in 2 locations, Fresh Creek and Stafford Creek. Madam President, the MP for Central and South Andros, Mr. Picewell Forbes, who was my boss one time ago at Zadness, I want to thank him publicly for giving me opportunity to decide Zadness when persons deliberately try to roadblock me, but God is good. That's true. God is good. I also want to thank the Senator Mitchell for always testing me here in the Senate. And for allowing me to show the Bahamian people that I will come with my facts. I cried of that. Anyway, like I said, Madam President, Like I said, Madam President, the MP for Central Andros, I will stick to my seat. Thank you, Senator folks. As I said, Madam President, the MP for Central Andros, Mr. Pricewell Forbes, a man who calls himself a senior man in that house. For years, he has been crying out for help, for his bridge to be fixed. His current leader was the minister responsible for works. And that just gone. Nothing happened. Well, I can tell you, the people of Central and South Andros, those especially in Fresh Creek, and also the MP for the area, won't have to scream and cry anymore. Because I'm proud to announce, according to the good minister, that the replacement of that Fresh Creek bridge, which was built back in the 60s, which his party was in power for all those years, is going to be replaced, and a new bridge will be built very shortly. Fresh Creek. Thankfully, Madam President, I get into that right now. Under this afternoon government, we get into 6 now. 6. Revalue the safety of all Bahamians. Minister Bannister, a man whose heart is always in the right place, and he said, and I quote, in March of this year, we will have engaged engineering consultants to prepare the feasibility studies, detailed designs, tender bid process, and contract administration process for the Fresh Creek Bridge and for the Stafford Creek Bridge. Both of those bridges were built in the 1960s and both need to be replaced. The engineering consultancies are being completed at a cost of excess of $2 million, and we anticipate that when construction will begin in the next budget year, my fellow Bahamians, next budget year, end quote. My fellow Bahamians, I've told you over and over, if you want a talking government, then the PLP is your choice. But if you want an action government, one who shifts the gears and gets things moving, then the F&M is the absolute choice. Buckle up. Throw on your mask and practice social distancing, because the Rare Crusade is coming to your island next. But in the words of the Minister Bannister, Minister builds bridge. So yes, Cat Island, the F&M by its action cares about Fresh Creek and Stafford Creek. Madam President, the political rhetoric from those in the opposition who blitz around talking the most fool on radio, TV, talk shows, and even on social media, claiming that this budget is, and I quote, that this budget is not worthy, and serious business people have stopped listening to the Minister of Finance and demanding that he be truthful with his realities. This is what the PLP said. Madam President, before I get them, I want to publicly commend the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Peter Turnquest, for his discipline, due diligence, and thoroughness approach towards putting together this budget. Like the budgets you have tailored and presented since 2018, all fall in line of painting the picture of reality as the country financial affairs. My fellow Bahamians, I am not alone in this observation when it comes to the 2020-2021 budget. The business community came out in full force, with the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce and Employees Confederation chairperson, Ms. Crystal Rutherford Ferguson, calling the government's budget positive. Also, former PLP cabinet minister and a senior man broke ranks with his party and put on his cap of nationalism, called the government's move to obtain $252 million emergency loan from the International Monetary Fund as a very prudent and logical thing to do, pointing out that the 1.054% interest rate attached to the loan he said was critical for the Bahamas to have access to such relatively cheap foreign currency borrowing, given that the COVID-19 pandemic had brought the country's main export tourism to standstill. End quote. Man, if you did swallow the Kool-Aid that the PLP was pouring before, and even yesterday, you would honestly think it's the end of the world. Madam President, he further said that this is a good move rather than the IMF forcing the nation to raise taxes, slash spending, and cut the public service down to size. End quote. Clearly, this was the right thing to do. The PLP in all their experience, whether in private life or in public life, from the Senate straight down to the House, knew this. They knew this. This bungling bunch, whose desires to mislead the Bahamian people on the facts, failed to share or inform the Bahamians that the Bahamas is not the only one who went to IMF to borrow money because of COVID-19. As I speak, neighboring islands who were greatly affected by COVID-19 have also found themselves borrowing from the IMF, just to name a few: Barbados, Costa Rica, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Haiti, Jamaica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Grenadines, and the list goes on. My fellow Bahamians, you know what's really sad about me sharing this information with you is that the opposition knew this all along. They knew this. They didn't want you to know, though. But we can make sure you know the facts and to understand that your government is doing what is right.
You only need the facts.
Am I right, Senator Mitchell? Madam President, as I said before, this budget is a real budget and the Deputy Prime Minister must be commended. The PLP MPs and senators all came with their cocktails of drunken strokes, calling this well-prepared, thought-out budget uninspiring, unimaginative, unimpressive, and quite frankly, unbelievable. But my fellow Bahamians, former PLP, Madam President, a former PLP MP over in Grand Bahama, Mr. Gregory Moore said, and I quote, "I have just finished reading the budget communication by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Peter Turnquest, and I am greatly comforted by it. It is thoughtful, realistic, direct, and substantive. It is refreshing not to be subject to fluff and bombastic buffoonery in this important period." I left reading with a sense that there is a steady hand at the financial helm and that the essential national buildings nation sustaining issues are being grasped. Of course, we will defer on the need of equitable taxation, but the impressiveness and the imperatives to stabilize our country and get us through the crisis are there. Resilient Bahamas, end quote. That is what he said, Madam President. Anyway, Madam President, I'm sorry I have so much good material to go through, but I will conclude and say that the Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Ebert Menace, also announced in the House of Assembly that the government's expanding the over-the-hill economic empowerment zones to the Angliston area as well. The hallmark policy of this minister's administration shows that the government commitments to empowering areas that have been neglected by the PLP for decades. This government that has only been in power for 3 years has shown a commitment to teaching men how to fish instead of the PLP model of making them beg for fish. In essence, this government has written off and invested millions of dollars directly in overall hill areas via tax concessions, business classes, and capital injections. As a unionist, I know the importance of equal opportunity. I know the rewarding feeling of working for a fair pay. I also know what it is like to work in a system that does not afford you the opportunity to elevate and advance. So it brings a particular sense of joy whenever I hear about the economic empowerment zone and its success and expansion. The Prime Minister and his government have truly shown in their actions what good governance is about.
30 seconds, Senator.
Okay, I'll run through quick. He's a captain, and his crew have navigated these storms masterfully. In closing, I want to take this time to stress the importance of a strong foundation. Imagine where we would be if we did not make the tough decisions early on. Imagine where we would be today if we had the remnants of Davis, Mitchell, Dowell, in the administration in power. Imagine where we would be during these turbulent times of rain, wind, and floods if we had the foundation built on the sand built by the Davis and Co. administration. We are at the critical point in our country, in our history. We are at the point where we can reset the economy and build a new and vibrant economy, rising like a phoenix out of the ashes, Dorian and COVID, and an economy where young people from all walks of life have the opportunity to become more than workers but owners. And if we have the resolve, if we have the courage and the strength to take the principles of this budget, I wrap it up right now, Madam President. Stick to the principles of this budget and the principles that usher us into government, then I have no fear in saying that we will weather this storm. No matter how strong the winds, no matter how deep the floods, we will stand strong and we will emerge a greater, stronger, and more resilient Bahamas. Thank you, Madam President. I fully support this project.
As many.
Madam President, on a point of order.
Chair recognizes Senator Sweetie.
During the good senator's budget debate, I didn't want to stop him in flight again, but he mentioned an unparliamentary term when he said the PLP lie like fish. So I wish he would retract that phrase.
Retract it and put it in better terms. Whatever it is you were thinking, you can't say that they lied.
Madam President, I retract that. And instead of saying lie, I said the PLP likes to mislead. Yeah. And are strangers to the truth. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. As many. The chair recognizes Senator Renard Henfield.
Good afternoon, Madam President, honorable Senate colleagues, fellow Bahamians. Over the last few weeks in the other place and the last 2 days in this place, it was expected that perspectives, agendas, and priorities would have presented themselves to the fore as our national leaders stood up and spoke up. In a country of almost 400,000 people, our women, our young people, Abaconians, Grand Bahamians got to hear priorities and agendas are on both sides. Persons with disabilities, the poor, civil society organizations, unions, and family island residents from the Central and South got to hear priorities and agendas are on both sides. Madam President, I did not come here today to win any arguments or shout while saying nothing that would help improve the lives of our people. Quite to the contrary, Madam President. I came to lend my voice in support of the government's budget and seek support for the other things that will improve the quality of life of our people. Before I delve into my substantive budget contributions, Madam President, permit me for a few minutes to touch on a few concerns. Because as I've said before on countless occasions in this place, everyone has an agenda. But before I digress, I pause to express my gratitude. The Prime Minister, Madam President, and Cabinet ought to be commended for the measures put in place to save lives and livelihoods during this pandemic. And even more noteworthy, Madam President, they are the essential workers who serve this country remarkably, and our people at large, who for the most part complied. I'm sure I speak for everyone on every side when I say, well done. I have this tendency of expressing my gratitude, Madam President, not because I think those to whom I am grateful to want or need to hear it, but because it was how I was raised by one Kenneth and Rebecca Henfield. I did not come to this national stage by any act of my own, due to any family name, nor the study of any political science degree. I am an activist. I can't lecture anyone on how to be a good politician. But activism, how to agitate for change, and how to start a movement in short spaces of time, I have some experience there. Madam President, I am proud to say publicly, and the record will always reflect, that I served proudly and audaciously as a consultative senator appointed by an FNM Prime Minister. I continue to view the Prime Minister, as I do Senator Kwesi Thompson, Minister Lloyd, and many other parliamentary colleagues, as transformative and audacious nation builders. I remain humbled with this national experience. I remain humbled with the regional experience as Vice President for the Caribbean Parliaments, and I remain humbled by the community experience of Chair for the Our Carmichael Community Initiative. While humbled, Madam President, while humbled to serve community, country, and region, I see these titles as consultative senator, chairman of this or vice president of that, as temporary titles that one must not find comfort in. In fact, I have not felt for a moment that enough has been done. There is always more to be done for people to improve their quality of life. Like each senator in this place, Madam President, I remain an advocate for improving the quality of life of our people. I believe in servant leadership rather than positional leadership. And a servant leader always asks, where am I needed most? Madam President, in this capacity to serve, I must, and I believe we must, offer advice and constructive criticism in hopes that the amendments and policy changes that are needed to improve the quality of life of our people can be realized. I said to Senator Sweeting just yesterday, Madam President, that on this national stage, as a national leader, it's not about how well your speech is drafted or how much you rip the other side a new one. As a national leader, it is about our ability to bring people together and the realistic plans we can put forward to improve their quality of life. Madam President, I return then to that for which I beg your indulgence before expressing my gratitude. The agenda of Senator Knowles can be heard every time she speaks. The development of our family islands, and I commend her for the passion and her relentless agitation. The agenda for Senator Dotson, every time she speaks, Madam President, without fear or favor, is always for labor movement in this country and the rights of women. When we look at Senator Moss, just wrapping up, soon to be Minister Moss, every time he speaks with respect to our youth. And Senator Moss, I listen to you every time, and I want to say to you, which I hope you'll remember as you move forward, whoever counted you out can't count. Madam President, and I always believe in giving credit where credit is due. Whenever Senator Sweeting speaks, he advocates for fishermen, farmers, and children with disabilities. And I commend that every time. Regardless of what the debate is about, he agitates for those things every time. And Senator Darius, likewise, we heard today, every time she speaks, she agitates for the empowerment of women. Madam President, my agenda has always been unambiguous. I am a passionate and aggressive advocate for civil society, persons with disability, gender parity, local government reform, family island development, and the end to the indentured labor system we call public service stripes. And I know it must be annoying, Madam President, to have senators stand up in this honorable chamber on every occasion agitating for the very same things. But I can assure you, Madam President, these are important issues to us and important issues to our people. One of the realities from where I sit, Madam President, is that a large segment of our people feel ignored and powerless. A large segment, after dealing with Dorian and now COVID, feel anxious, frustrated, disenfranchised, and depressed. Today, I invite each senator, Madam President, to commit to agitating for the low-lying fruits that would significantly improve the quality of life of our Bahamian brothers and sisters. I believe that it can be done in a few audacious and transformative ways, Madam President. I also believe that come election time, well done takes an incumbent further than well said. Allow me, Madam President, to share just 4 low-lying fruit that can significantly improve the quality of life of our people. Firstly, by providing free, quality, and relevant education to our people from the preschool to the tertiary educational level. A cause which I commend the administration for initiating and championing already. But, Madam President, we must, from the primary level, teach our people our Constitution. We must teach them responsible activism and nationhood. What is the benefit to this country to have passed thousands of young people through the University of Bahamas, or BTVI, who lack a sense of nationhood and service? To my mind, Madam President, good governance is a social contract achieved by the collaboration of engaged citizens and national leaders who are inclusive, audacious, and transformative. As long as the two, the citizen and the parliamentarian, operate in silos, or as if either is the ruler of the other, we will continue to see the change of administrations every 5 years, as we have seen over the last 2 decades. In furtherance of this point on education, Madam President, we must also teach our young people money management, business management, the preparation of business plans, and project management. And that is if they are to fare better during external shocks in the future. This unfortunate reality of such a large portion of our people living paycheck to paycheck must become a thing of the past, Madam President. Again, I did not come today to win any arguments. I came to support the budget and seek support for that which will improve the quality of life for our fellow Bahamians. The second way I believe we can significantly and almost immediately improve the quality of life for Bahamians is in the distribution of Crown land to our people. And I believe it has to be done strategically, Madam President. If we could identify 2 of our family islands in close proximity to each other and focus on developing those 2 islands, or 2 islands at a time, I believe we can see islands like Acklands and Crooked Island in a span of just 2 to 3 years develop, causing persons born there from there to return home and develop their islands and their economies. Madam President, there is an undisputed consensus that education and land ownership empower a people and permit them to significantly improve their quality of life. There are 2 options I would propose for this land distribution. For one, we can lease land to Bahamians for business ventures in the family islands. Take a Grand Bahama, on Andros, for instance, and we lease land to Bahamians to launch aquaponic and hydroponic farms, packaging houses, assembly and manufacturing plants, etc. In turn, we'd create hundreds of Bahamian entrepreneurs in just 1 year, cause the employment of thousands of other Bahamians in just 1 year, all while developing sustainable family islands and economies. Again, election time, well done takes an incumbent further than what was well said. The second option is that we outright grant to Bahamians between the ages of 21 and 45 an acre of land in strategic family islands, for the construction of owner-occupied homes, which again would contribute to the development of the respective family island and economy. I only ask for the restriction that the land cannot be sold to a non-Bahamian or mortgaged to a bank. Madam President, I invite all of our Senate colleagues to see the wisdom in land ownership for Bahamians and the development of our family islands. As I said before, I did not come to win any arguments. I came to support the debate for this budget and ask one more time for support in those things that would improve the quality of life for Bahamians. Thirdly, I have always felt, and I am a strong advocate for the introduction of a strong local government system. A seat at the decision-making table always empowers a people. Education, land ownership, and a seat at the decision-making table together lend to an engaged citizenry who see their individual success tied to the success of their country and their fellow citizens. I believe that we can significantly improve the quality of life of our people with the decentralization of government on community matters by way of a reformed, strong, nationwide local government system, one in which central government and members of parliament, Madam President, are not bombarded with residents' requests for rent assistance, garbage collection, the installation of speed bumps, the trimming of trees, with rodent infestations, with the boarding up of dilapidated buildings and communities, with missing street signs, and with the eradication of bush mechanics, things no MP signed up for. The role of an MP, Madam President, needs to be defined. I proffer that it is to address national issues, review, debate, and amend legislation, set national budgets as we are doing today, and consult with their residents on national concerns. Their constituents, however, ought to be organized into transparent, accountable councils, which would empower them to address community issues like trimming trees, eradication of bush mechanics, discouraging littering, traffic control in their communities, pothole repairs in their communities, and the eradication of bush mechanics in their communities. Madam President, my final intervention is for those things that lend to good governance. The appointment of a Freedom of Information Commissioner, the passing and implementation of an Ombudsman Act and Integrity Commission Act. These are all campaign promises that bode well with an engaged citizen and transformative and audacious leaders. The administration rode in on the disgust of an electorate with the former administration on their failure to implement the Freedom of Information Act, amongst other things. I doubt any of you would have ever heard of something called We March, but it played a small role leading up to the last election. If you'd recall, the previous administration was elected in 2012. Up to November 2016, they had not tabled the Freedom of Information Bill. What's also interesting is that in October 2016, the public got wind of a proposal with respect to 10,000 acres of land in Andros involving the Chinese. People marched. The very next bill to be passed after we march on Black Friday, on or about December 14, 2016 to be exact, was the Freedom of Information Bill 2016. Lip service, too little, too late. We marched again. The Interception of Communication Bill was pulled. We marched again. Elections were called the very same evening in April and set for May 10th. The previous administration began listening to its people, but it was a little too late. The government was reactive rather than proactive. May 10th, bush crack, man gone. I seek only to whisper today, Madam President, to he that has ears, to not let history repeat itself. When governments do too little, too late, the electorate become very unforgiving. Freedom of information local government reform, and a few others were major selling points and campaign promises that remain outstanding. And the administration is now in its fourth year in office. Madam President, I did not come to win any argument today. I came to support the budget. And I seek support for completion of the things that were promised, the very things that may prove to be the Achilles heel. If none of the incumbents, Madam President, or hopeful candidates plan to win in the next election, then these are issues that can be ignored. They can remain silent on them. But if the F&M hopes to be successful in the upcoming election, someone needs to sound the alarm. Peter Drucker once said, "Unless commitment is made, there are only promises and hopes, but no plans." The time is now, Madam President, for pronouncements, appointments, implementations, and amendments. Finally, the issue of gender parity has always been an issue for me, a father of two daughters. I think if anyone knows me, my biggest claim to fame is that I'm the father of two daughters. I have no sons. I have no desire for sons. I think when God gave me my first daughter, I thought I had arrived. When he gave me two, I said, you need to give me nothing else. The life of a father having daughters, the words escape me. But I live in a country where every Bahamian woman is not equal. I live in a country where every Bahamian woman is not equal. I have a niece. I have female cousins. I have aunts. I have a mother. My wife, as you all know and I am proud of, is Trinidadian. But when my wife gave birth to my two daughters each time, she gave birth to Bahamian children. There are Bahamian women married to a non-Bahamian, having a child wherever they may live, and their child is not automatically Bahamian. I have two daughters, Madam President. Someday, 20 plus years from now, when they look to me and say, Daddy, how do I go about making my children Bahamian? What did you guys do? What am I going to say to my children? The same thing persons before me have said for the last 40 plus years. We were going to work on it, but we didn't. Madam President, there are Bahamian men still subjected to adopting their own children born out of wedlock. Yeah. Every Bahamian man is not Bahamian. And it sounds strange to people who've never had to deal with this issue. But it is the fact, it is the truth, it is what it is. There are Bahamian men that have children out of wedlock with someone that is not Bahamian, and that child is not Bahamian. I have clients who are seeking to adopt their own children so they can pass on their citizenship to their children. Every Bahamian man is not equal. Every Bahamian woman is not equal. Madam President, second chances for our young people. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Bahamian families are waiting for this administration to pass legislation to decriminalize possession of small amounts of marijuana so that these young people can have a second chance at life. When my parents were younger, my cousins who live in the US, my cousins here, they smoked a joint. Did we ruin their whole lives because they smoked a joint? But to this day, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of young people in this country whose lives are being ruined by a simple mistake that we can correct. Who can't go off to college because they have a police record, a conviction for marijuana. Who can't get a job because the job says bring your police record. It shows a conviction for marijuana. We can fix that in an instant. My fear is that we do too little, too late. Madam President, I move now to my substantive budget contributions. It should be said by each of us that the Minister of Finance has been doing an excellent job with the country's finances. Prior to Dorian, this administration achieved the lowest budget deficit in a decade, and that is commendable. What has thrown us off course is not mismanagement. It was the worst natural disaster in our lifetime and the first global pandemic in our lifetime, all in the last 10 months for this administration that was on the right track. I sit in another capacity for the Caribbean, Madam President, and I have been privy to my colleagues throughout the Caribbean, even in Central America and South American countries via one grouping. And I'm privy to the themes and realities of our brother and sister nations during this pandemic with respect to their budget agendas and budget debates. For many, it's pure doom and gloom. Mass deficits, overwhelmed health crisis and hospitals, unprecedented government expenditure and loss of government revenue, economies near collapse, inability of their governments to assist a large portion of their citizenry. But when I look at the Bahamas, and I look at this budget communication, it's titled From Crisis to Opportunity. I too believe we should never waste a good crisis and should seize the opportunity to come out better than we went in. And this administration has done a stellar job with COVID. So much so that our regional colleagues have followed our emergency orders and shaped their own similarly. In fact, the Canadians a few weeks back consolidated all of our orders and shared them with the parliaments from the UK, Canada, the Caribbean, yes, ours, Central and South American parliaments and congresses, ours. When they reached out to me about a month ago, I saw it was public, so I figured it's public information. But the Canadians asked, Henfield, can you give us all of your emergency orders? We'd like to consolidate them. And they had shared them, the UK, Caribbean, Central and South American countries. So again, this government has done well. Yes, well done. Madam President, as I've said to our Caribbean colleagues and the Canadians, unlike any other nation, we have been devastated by a category, hell, hurricane, and the pandemic. But yet here we stand with an economy that is still going, with civil servants who are still employed, with small businesses receiving assistance from a government up to today and in this budget, allocating even more to continue to assist them. Another reality is that due to significant revenue loss and significant government expenditure to rebuild, repair, and provide relief to our people in the wake of the worst natural disaster in our lifetime, coupled with this global pandemic, the government must borrow to defray the cost of governance, which include paying the salaries of our essential workers, healthcare, police, and educators, keeping the lights on, paying interest on our debts, protecting our borders, operating our healthcare facilities, rebuilding 2 islands, and providing assistance to the unemployed and small business owners. Madam President, this government's agenda can be seen as to provide relief, educate our people, contain expenditure, and disaster recovery. It's focused, it's near surgical, it's deliberate. In my first contribution to the budget debate in 2017, I stood to the end of this table and agitated for a VAT-free weekend for back-to-school shopping each August. The Minister of Finance has gone even further and proposed an even longer period of 2 weeks starting this August. That will be, as was said prior to me, Madam President, a significant relief for many Bahamian families. The minister and government should be commended for moving on proposals that will make a difference and ease the burdens and worries of our people. The government has also increased its subvention in education to ensure even more eligible Bahamians can attend UB and BTVI free of charge via the scholarship initiative. Thus, this government has shown that it is not cutting spending on what is critical to our national recovery and development, our best natural resource, our people. The government has reduced a number of discretionary spending line items which affect some 42 agencies and departments. It will set aside some $48 million for continued unemployment assistance, some $30 million to expand the business support and continuity loan program. This government, by this budget, will also set aside some $17 million to provide expanded food assistance and some $20 million for public health sector support for ongoing detection, treatment, and mitigation of COVID-19. There will be new tax relief measures, and I always ask Bahamians to pay attention to where there will be tax relief to see where you can start a small business. And one of the new tax relief is the reduction of duty on electric motorcycles from 75% to 10%. And that's a big opportunity for our people to get into businesses, and I'll share where you can go to do so. There's a website called Made in China. I've been going to China every year from 2004. MadeInChina.com. Every Chinese factory in one website. You can send your request, and it goes out to every factory that makes X, Y, and Z. But with respect to this tax reduction for motorcycles, I went to the annual fair in China 2 years ago. The companies that make the Harley Davidson now make electric Harley Davidsons. I went to the factory, they were displaying them. The price of these things freaked me out, but it's electric. It doesn't go very fast, it's electric. But it's under $1,500. So you imagine buying that bike as a business venture, $15,000 brings you 10 of those bikes, $1,500 US. And you bring that bike back at 10%. What you can sell those bikes for, what you can rent those bikes for to tourists coming. It's an opportunity by this tax reduction to get more Bahamians into small businesses. Madam President, I prepare to wrap up and will end with the call for access to international markets, crowdfunding legislation, and new revenue streams, along with the creation of thousands of Bahamian entrepreneurs in 9 to 12 months. I will pause and say this. The government of the Bahamas cannot continue to be the fallback plan for a source of income or employment. Whether that be by voters' bargaining chip, being used by voters as a bargaining chip for their votes, election time, or the inflated contracts to constituency generals. It is time we created new revenue streams, collected outstanding taxes, and created thousands of Bahamian entrepreneurs. And we can do this, Madam President, one, by approving the proposal for a Bahamian-owned family island cruise line industry, in which Bahamians can operate small vessels that sleep up to 150 persons and sail throughout these islands. Tourists come here and the cruise ship stops to some cruise line island, then into Nassau, and then heads down the Caribbean. Every one of our family islands is unique and different. We have the opportunity to provide what tourists are looking for in a different experience at every destination right here in our country. And we can do that by launching a Bahamian-owned cruise line industry. Allow Bahamians to go out there and purchase these vessels. They're about $1 million that carry 150 persons. They can sail from New Providence into the Northern Bahamas, New Providence, Abaco, Grand Bahama, Bimini, back to Nassau. They can go down to Inagua, Mayaguana, Ragged Island, etc. And every island, when these boats stops, it creates money to flow in these economies. The persons in Inagua will now bring in those very same scooters for the tourists to rent while they're there for the day. Someone has to sell food. Someone has to open another grocery store. Someone has to open a pharmacy. Someone has to give tours. We create instant entrepreneurs with this business venture. Every cruise ship has to employ cooks, entertainers. We have the opportunity to create Bahamian entrepreneurs, and I think that's one of the ways we can move forward to create new revenue streams. Secondly, Again, I allude to the fact that my wife is Trinidadian, so I spend all the time in Trinidad as well. And while I'm happy for them, I always come back a bit annoyed that Trinidadians can sell on Amazon. In the Bahamas, we are nothing more than consumers. Our money leaves this country to buy a product. But in other parts of this region, their governments and people have found a way not to be consumers, but entrepreneurs on these platforms, where they can sell to the world. And Bahamians, as I said to Senator Knowles the other day, we have a talented people that make so many products, but they're sitting up on family islands, hoping that somebody in Nassau will buy it. When we have an opportunity via Amazon to allow our people around this country to sell online and ship to the world. And it's time we move. If Trinidad can do it, there's no reason the Bahamas can't do it. Thirdly, I believe empowering local governments to collect outstanding real property taxes and retain 25% of the same for their district development projects not only minimizes central government's expenditure, but it also increases the government's revenue. Real property tax is one of the things that is not collected in this country adequately. Empower your local governments to collect. The former administration did so with the Hope Town Council in Abaco. The expectation was that they may collect up to $600,000 of real property tax from all these second homeowners, expats, etc. Funny thing is, they collected over $1 million. Money the government was not collecting. Stuff that had been outstanding for over a decade. Not collected. The local government kicked in, wrote to these homeowners, and in a matter of months, the money came flowing in. They paid it. When local government requested it, they paid it. There's a memorandum of understanding between the local government council and the Ministry of Finance. The local government was to get a percentage. They ain't get nothing yet. But the point is, it's an opportunity for this government, central government, to collect revenue, decrease its expenditure through local governments and family island development if it allows these local governments to collect money central government is not collecting and retain a percentage. Fifth, I would share is the increasing the claim amount in the magistrate's court to $20,000. We're talking about revenue. We're talking about revenue. I stood in this place 3 years ago, and I'm still here in 2020 agitating for the very same thing. My law firm alone files at least 2,500 cases per year. You know how much I pay for that? $2. I'm suing 2,500 people plus over 5,000 for clients, but I pay $2 to file those documents in magistrate court. There's no reason it has to be so low. The government's revenue, and from my recollection, magistrate court in New Providence alone hits by December over 12 to 15,000 summons filed every year. You just take 10,000 summons at $100 as opposed to $2. You're going to tell me I can walk in court with my multi-million-dollar clients suing 2,500 people for $5,000 each. I got to pay the government $2 to sit in your AC, sit in your chair, have a magistrate sit there, operate my case, a police officer call up my case. It's only worth $2. We need to find ways to increase revenue. And I believe if we move that filing fee from $2 to $100 instantly, you would see $1 million as opposed to $20,000 come in. You're collecting about $20,000. It's not going to collect $1 million. I can't think of one of my clients that would be opposed to paying $100 if they can now sue for up to $20,000 rather than $5,000 in the magistrate's court. It's a savings for my clients. It's a saving for any client in this country. Because when they go to Supreme Court, the filing fees in the Supreme Court are $150, sometimes $500, sometimes $1,000. But in the magistrate court, it's $2. So things to consider to increase revenue. The next point I would share is that I think it is time this administration end this indentured labor system. Slavery ended, but there's an indentured labor system that still operates in this country. And everybody knows it, you know. We all know that there are people in this country with 15, 20, 30 license plates who've never driven a limousine, a taxi, or a bus. And jitney drivers are speeding up and down these streets every day, putting our people's lives at risk because they got to fine $100 to pay the person who owns the plates. End this indentured labor system. Empower your people to own the business, as opposed to be out there running around trying to make money to pay the big man who is sitting up in some private company or government office with 10, 15 plates, many of whom are pastors as well. Never, ever drove a taxi, a jitney, or a limo, but they have 15 plates. Why? When we can make entrepreneurs or Bahamians right now, there's no reason we can't. Call the plates in, issue them. You want a plate? Let me see your public service driver's license. And I will, as the government, if it's left to me, I'd say pay $200 a month. They're paying somebody $150 a day. A day. A day. It's an indentured labor system that has been allowed to continue for too long. Madam President, as I close, the 7-year law with respect to missing persons may need to be amended with respect to COVID. When someone goes missing, is reported missing in this country, I believe 7 years. But you have persons who are missing from COVID. We know it's a natural disaster. Why can't we amend with respect to just September 1, 2019 to September 30th, 2019, persons reported missing during that period? The police has a report, they haven't been located. Why can't we allow those families to move on and make their claims? Bring closure. As I close, I reiterate, Bahamian men should not, after this summer, have to adopt their children born out of wedlock, Madam President. Bahamian women who give birth to a child anywhere in this world to any husband of any nationality should not have to wait for their children to apply to be Bahamian citizens. This administration, Madam President, did not set out at the onset of COVID to make any of our people criminals during COVID. That was never this government's intent, that during COVID, we would make our people criminals. That was not the government's intent. This government does not believe in making people criminals. If anything, this government came in saying we are trying to decriminalize to give people a second chance. But yet over 1,000 persons were arrested and or convicted for breaking curfew. They've been arrested, some have been fined, etc. Some were sent up. But I think once this emergency order is lifted, I believe the compassionate and the right thing to do is to expunge those records. Madam President, Peter Drucker said, as I said before, unless commitment is made, there are only promises and hopes, but no plans. I support the budget. The whip is on. If you're in the hospital, make your way to the Senate. The whip is on. I support the budget. We support the budget. I hope I'll get some support on the low-lying fruit I've agitated for today, so that we can improve the quality of life of our people. So we will allow the incumbents to be able to go to people's houses and hear them say, well done, as opposed to well said. May God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam President, and the people as we seek to make the wealth more common in this Bahamas. I thank you.
How does this go?
Mr. Marshall, I said, you didn't even interrupt me, man. Thank you. I owe you one. I know. I appreciate it.
I think it's okay. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I wish to begin by saying a few words about the passing of the late William MacDonald. William McDonald was a trade unionist and also a dedicated and competent civil servant. He was president for many years of the Bahamas Public Service Union, the BBPSU, and he was assistant director of immigration. He passed recently, and we, on behalf of the government, and indeed on behalf of the senators, the government senators, on behalf of the Ministry of Labor, the Department of Labor, I wish to extend our heartfelt sympathies and condolences to the family of Mr. William McDonald. May his soul rest in peace. Madam President, Senate colleagues, these are unprecedented times that require well-considered and calculated measures. For out of the ashes of the global COVID-19 pandemic and consequent economic fallout, there emerges a new dawn, a new hope, and new opportunities for the marginalized, the disadvantaged, and the unemployed in our communities. Madam President, I would dare say that this 2020-2021 budget represents a new hope and opportunities aimed at easing the financial burdens and woes of thousands of Bahamians who have been severely impacted by this global health and financial crisis. Madam President, over the past few months, my ministry has seriously committed itself to providing our valuable customers, the Bahamian people, with the highest level of personalized services. I wish to assure you that we will continue to devise ways to streamline our processes in an effort to increase efficiency, productivity, and overall customer satisfaction. As a part of our mandate to provide quality services, we will continue to train our staff to ensure that they keep up with the new and emerging technologies that will make their jobs functions easier and more sensitive to the needs of our customers, particularly as we grapple with the challenges of COVID-19 and the need for social distancing. Madam President, the Ministry of Labor has not exempted from having its budget slashed like other government ministries, departments, and agencies. If you note from the 2020-2021 budget estimates, our budgeted allocations have been reduced from $8.5 million to $6.8 million, or a decrease of 20%. A large percentage of the cuts in the allocations have been at the ministry, and they include international travel, supplies, stationaries, and honorariums. The Department of Labor already also experienced cuts. The Bureau of Standards and the Quality and the National Training Agency all experience budget cuts. Despite this, however, we are determined to run a lean, mean, technology and customer-driven machine that will meet our stakeholders and customers' needs. We intend to do this with what we have been allocated and through enhanced revenue generating activities in these agencies. And we will do it well, Madam President. I have full confidence that our senior management team, led by our Permanent Secretary, Mr. Reginald Sanders, and our dedicated staff at the Ministry of Labor can achieve these goals. We can only succeed if we have all hands on deck. Madam President, as you are aware, the Ministry of Labor is comprised of a dynamic group of governmental agencies and councils, including the Department of Labor, the Bahamas Bureau of Standards and Quality, the Consumer Protection Commission, the Prices Commission, the Consumer Affairs Division, the National Training Agency, and the National Tripartite Council. I wish to take a few minutes to highlight some of the accomplishments of these entities and how we will have to change the way we do business and provide services in a post-COVID-19 environment. I will also take a few minutes to update you on the work of the National Tripartite Council. And I will end my presentation by providing a way forward for the Bahamas in terms of how employers and employees can position themselves for the changes that are inevitable. With respect to the Department of Labor, I am happy to report that in this budget period, the Department of Labor has been enlarging and increasing its focus on providing increased quality services and more sustainable work for all citizens and residents of the country, while at the same time fostering good industrial relations between employees and employers. Promoting a high level of employment and efficient and productive workforce, a focus on human rights initiatives, and a decent work agenda in accordance with the international standards are all key ideals in developing an harmonious and engaging labor environment. Madam President, the Department of Labor's Industrial Relations Unit is charged with the settlement of all trade disputes. Over the past 12 months, the unit has enjoyed an 88% success rate in resolving trade disputes that are filed with the unit. Additionally, public officers assigned to this unit also deal with persons who do not have appointments and are walk-ins, seeking advice and dispute resolution. Of those, Madam President, 90% have been resolved without having individuals seeking the need to file a trade dispute. This high rate speaks to the depth and experience of the officers assigned to the unit and highlights the tremendous efforts of the staff of this department. This, Madam President, significantly contributes to a smooth and stable industrial relations environment in the country. Madam President, I am pleased to inform you that the Department of Labor has supervised the elections of some 17 trade unions between January of last year and January of 2020. This is in keeping with our commitment to ensure industrial harmony in the work environment, as well as to ensure that the rights of workers are protected in our beloved country. The pandemic has proven, particularly at the department, that there are many services that can be provided electronically or through technology, which in most cases has proven rather effective, and in some cases, even more efficient than previously imagined. In tandem with the emergency orders, staff members, where possible, have been allowed to work from home, provided they would have had the tools and equipment with the necessary protocols in place to perform the task and ensure the desired performance outcomes. Madam President, I now turn to the Bahamas Bureau of Standards and Quality. The Bahamas Bureau of Standards and Quality, BBSQ, is mandated by virtue of the Standards Act to provide effective and efficient standardization of all goods and services manufactured or imported in the Bahamas. Our goals include supporting sustainable development, protecting the health, safety, and welfare of consumers and the environment, facilitating domestic and international trade, and furthering the development of international cooperation. BBSQ is also mandated by its Weights and Measures Act to regulate all measurement activities that have a bearing on trade within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam President, a number of goals have been achieved over the past year that are clearly in alignment with the Bureau's 3-year strategic agenda. I am happy to report that the Bureau is on target with achieving its key target indicators and objectives, and has yielded a number of praiseworthy achievements thus far. During my mid-year budget contribution, I informed you about the private-public partnership between my ministry, the BBSQ, and the EAA Company Limited of Japan. This pre-export verification conformity, or PVC program, for all used vehicles being imported from Japan, Singapore, the United Kingdom, and the United Emirates, has been extremely successful up until the closing of our borders due to COVID-19. However, we anticipate the resumption of operations by September of this year. Madam President, to date, this PVC program has proven to play a significant role in the detection and prevention of substandard used vehicles being imported into our country. It has also proven to be a significant source of income for the Bureau of Standards and Quality. Since the implementation of the program on the 1st of March 2018, the PVC program detected a 12 to 15% failure rate at the first pre-shipment inspection point in Japan. Vehicles fail inspection for the following reasons: insufficient tire tread, cracked windshields, lights not working, insufficient braking force, and adverse exhaust emissions and other defects. We are very pleased that these vehicles are not on Bahamian roads. Madam President, to date, a total of 13,700 vehicles have been pre-inspected, with 382 vehicles being rejected outright for import to the Bahamas. The program has generated a total of $308,000 in administration fees to the Bureau. Madam President, this inspection program has generated more for the BBSQ than its annual budget allocation in the last budget, with its allocation being reduced in this budget period from $300,000 to 200,000, or a reduction of 33%. We feel that when fully functional again, the revenues generated from the vehicle inspection will more than cover the growth and development needs of the Bureau. Madam President, BBSQ continues to provide increased public awareness and education campaigns aimed at enlightening the public on the Bureau, its roles, and its work. Colleagues would have seen the recent infomercials on ZNS explaining the work and functions of the BBSQ. And Madam President, I wish to commend the chairman, Mr. Aaron Bryce, the board, and Dr. Renee Buford, who is the top executive, for the fine public relations work that they're doing with respect to those ads. They're well produced, they are and very informative. Madam President, metrology is the study of weights and measures. As part of its mandate, BBSQ has been developing its capacity in metrology to ensure the accuracy of measurements. The work of the metrology department is vital to trade development, quality control, consumer protection, and the national health and safety. To support this effort, the BBSQ in 2019 procured a 40-foot laboratory container through the IDB Trade Component Program. This is assisting in the verification of commercial weighing scales at grocery stores, propane tanks, and fuel dispensers at gas stations. We are now seeking to expand our scope and move forward into industrial metrology services. This will provide calibrations to our industry partners in mass and volume. Madam President, the BBSQ will expand its metrology services into the healthcare sector, particularly in the face of the COVID pandemic. And Madam President, I know that this is close to your heart. We will begin with medical devices such as blood pressure machines so as to ensure the accuracy in their measurements. Madam President, I now turn to the Consumer Protection Commission. The CPC continues to make good strides in establishing itself as the premier consumer protection agency, and its work is continuing to have a positive impact on the lives of customers throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The CPC has seen an exponential increase in the number of complaints brought to its attention since the official launch of its website in January of 2016. Through CPC's presence on its website, its Facebook page, and Instagram, there's been an increase in walk-in queries at the office. There's also seen an increase in the number of complaints through its dedicated email address. During the year, CPC was able to achieve the following. Number one, secure membership in the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce and Employees Confederation, where it intends to engage the Chamber in matters of mutual concern. Number two, the CPC is establishing ties with other government and non-government agencies that may also have a consumer protection function. In this regard, the CPC has engaged in discussions with Bahamas Power and Light, the Utilities Regulation and Competition Authority, and the Data Protection Commission. Similar meetings are being planned with other entities in the upcoming months. Number three, in January of this year, CPC hosted the first in a series of consumer education symposia at the Franklin Wilson Graduate Center of the University of the Bahamas. The initiative was well received by the public. Panelists included chairs of the CPC, the Prices Commission, the Bahamas Bureau of Standards and Quality, all of which fall under the Ministry of Labor. Additionally, representatives from IRCA and BPL were in attendance. And finally, number 4, CPC's after-school program called ConsumerNet aims to assist primary and high school students on their rights as consumers. So, Madam President, we are starting at the school level to sensitize our young people as to their consumer rights. The program also involves visits to various schools and speaking to students at the Careers Day and school assemblies. After Hurricane Dorian, the CPC worked closely with the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, in fielding consumer complaints. Post-COVID-19, it is anticipated that the CPC will resume its comprehensive public relations and education campaign. It is important that consumers know that they have a voice through the CPC, which can help them resolve any issue they may have with merchants and or service providers. The Bahamian consumer must also know their rights and also know that the services of the CPC are free and easily accessible. Madam President, I now turn to the Prices Commission and the Consumer Affairs Unit of our ministry. During the COVID-19 crisis, the Prices Commission witnessed a drastic increase in the cost of household items, such as Lysol, alcohol hand sanitizers, and other disinfectants and cleaners. Price inspectors did their investigations. And Madam President, let me say that this was all over social media and all over the regular media channels and the newspapers. My colleague, Mr. Thompson, had sent me some information from Grand Bahama where the increase in things like Lysol went up by 500 or 600%. And I know in certain in Nassau it went up drastically, but in the family islands it just went through the roof. But price inspectors did their investigations, which revealed that the prices of those particular items were largely driven by increases by the U.S. suppliers. And this bears out for a whole range of products that were affected by COVID-19. Also, during this period, breaches were reported and investigated for gasoline, particularly in the Family Islands. And there was a significant increase in the price of eggs. With respect to eggs, our price control investigator were able to advise that U.S. suppliers had drastically marked up the prices before exporting them to the Bahamas. So I am very pleased and happy to report, Madam President, that it was not instances of price gouging and employers and business houses taking advantage of the Bahamian consumers. There is an ongoing investigation with respect to gasoline prices in one particular family island. We hope to complete our investigation shortly and proceed, we hope, based on the indications that we're seeing, to present this matter to court for prosecution. I do not want to single out the island nor the operator at this point. but we will make a public statement on it when the investigation is completed. The Commission has advised that prices for most items have now returned to the pre-COVID levels. Madam President, all during this emergency orders period, teams of consumer price inspectors in New Providence, Grand Bahama, and some Family Islands have been visiting stores, pharmacies, hardware and similar type stores at their own risk, night and day, to make sure that prices are not being inflated and causing further hardship on the Bahamian people. And we talk about the frontline persons in the civil service and generally in the private sector, but this is a group of persons who I think have been left out in terms of recognition and praise. But these price inspectors never stopped working from March to the present time. So I would like to thank them for their work. Now that the local airports are open, the consumer prices and consumer affairs teams will resume its inspections on Family Islands stores to ensure that the proper prices are adhered to. During the COVID-19 emergency orders, we relied on island commissioners and administrators to report abnormal price increases, price gouging, and overpricing of breadbasket items. I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you for keeping, to those administrators, for keeping a watchful eye for our ministry and for Bahamians. Madam President, I now turn to the National Training Agency. The National Training Agency, or the NTA, continues to effectively carry out its mandate of workforce development and job placement for the most vulnerable and those unprepared for the workforce. There has been an intentional focus at the NTA over the last year on improving quality assurance and delivery systems, expanding skills offerings, digitizing overall processes for greater efficiency, and increasing the number of qualified skilled workers and their access to employment. The agency remains the leader in soft skills and competency-based training in the Bahamas, offering more than 18 units in employability skills and job readiness, and 16 technical skills, including 9 that lead to international certification. Madam President, some 532 young Bahamians have been trained as soft skills and certified in various skills over the last year, with the total number of young Bahamians trained to more than 5,800. Overall job placement, and this is the percentage, Madam President, of those persons who are trained by the agency, apply for a job and are placed in employment. The overall job placement rate of the agency is 55%, and I am very pleased of that. The agency is currently conducting the pre-apprenticeship training program for 164 young Bahamians under the Skills for Current and Future Jobs program. In order to observe the social distancing restrictions during COVID-19 pandemic, training and assessments are being carried out using the NTA's interactive online training platform called Brightspace. Madam President, Brightspace marks the continued improvement in technology at the agency. It allows for live interaction between assessors and trainees, gives trainees access to training and assessments results and reports via computer, tablets, or downloadable app on smartphones. Students can participate in live training anywhere utilizing this app on their smartphones. Brightspace gives assessors the ability to set assessment exams and to oversee the taking of those exams. I want to reiterate, particularly in light of the COVID pandemic, that this online platform has been tested in a number of family islands and is the key to realizing the agency's expansion strategies. It is our objective to afford family island persons access to technical and soft skills training to ready them to gainful and meaningful employment. Madam President, we intend to embark very shortly on a skills apprenticeship program in Grand Bahama and in Abaco. We are at the final stages of finalizing the details of that program, but we anticipate that a large number of young people in Grand Bahama and in Abaco will be engaged in this program. We've been working very closely with the ministry, the Office of the Prime Minister in Grand Bahama, with Minister Thompson, with this program. And we intend sometime next month, maybe the middle of July, to roll out this program for the first time. Madam President, the agency has established a full quality assurance department over the last year. This department is staffed with young Bahamian professionals who've been trained and certified in quality assurance. NTA now has the largest number of city and guild certified assessors and internal verifiers in the Bahamas. 18 new city and guild assessors and 5 internal verifiers have been trained and certified over the last year. NTA guarantees the highest quality of training that meets the standards and expectations of its partners and industry leaders. As a result of the work of this department, more than 205 students received City and Guild certifications over the last year, and an additional 160 are being prepared for international certifications as I speak. Madam President, for the first time in NTA's history, its audited financial statements have been completed. I hope that these will be tabled in Parliament shortly. These audits include 2017-2018, 2018-2019, and approval has already been granted for the audit to begin for 2019-2020 fiscal period. For the first time, Madam President, the agency will be in compliance with its act that mandates annual audited financial statements to be tabled in Parliament. Madam President, the Institute of Leadership and Management at the NTA has successfully certified 6 Bahamians in leadership and team skills, and an additional 3 are currently being prepared for certification. The NTA has obtained approval for 4 new city and guilds qualifications within the last year, including numeracy and literacy, employability skills, and information technology. The agency has also partnered with the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Science in offering its first cohort of training in dive and fishing level 1. 28 young Bahamians, male and females, obtained their PADI, P-A-D-I, their PADI certification in 3 levels: open water, advanced open water, and rescue. Many of these individuals are now employed directly in the industry. Madam President, the NTA has assisted with the recruitment of more than 200 young Bahamians for full-time employment with Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines and MSC Cruises in the last year. Just prior to the current measures put in place in the Bahamas due to COVID-19, the NTA facilitated the recruitment exercise with RCCL. There's some 320 Bahamians who interviewed for various positions on Coco Key. It is expected that many of these individuals will receive full-time employment once our country reopens and normal operations on the Key resumes. Madam President, the agency is well prepared to continue achieving great results in the current climate. Its summer cohort will begin in July 2020, utilizing its Bright Space online platform and will be offered in all islands of the Bahamas. This is another first for the agency. Trainees in all islands will be able to participate in free training and certification courses. And I'm sure you're very pleased to have that in Minister Thompson. Some of the qualifications being offered include workforce readiness, information technology, Microsoft Office, web designs, graphic designs, and office procedure. So if you are on Crooked Island, if you are in Inaugural, if you're in Cat Island, you're in Long Island, you're in the Exumas, you're on Grand Key, Abaco, wherever you are in the Bahamas, the only thing you need to participate in this course and be certified is your phone through this technology. Madam President, over the last year, the agency made significant strides in reducing its dependence from the government, with its budget allocation for this period reduced significantly from 1.1 million to 848,000, or 26%. I am pleased to advise that since June 2017, the agency has been able to increase its revenue-generating activities to $1.4 million. And we hope, Madam President, that the eventual aim of the NTA is to be self-sufficient, to wean ourselves off government support and government subvention, and to make sufficient money to give some money back to the consolidated fund. That is the objective of the NTA. Now, with respect to the National Tripartite Council, Madam President, as you are aware, the National Tripartite Council, the NTC, has over the past 12 months been extremely active in carrying out its statutory mandate, which is to serve as a forum for labor and industrial relations in the Bahamas. As a result of the efforts of the NTC, the government is considering a number of recommendations, including the enactment of a national productivity legislation and the establishment of a national productivity council. And Madam President, with respect to the productivity legislation, both employers and employees' representative, the trade union movement, supports this initiative. This will set new standards in the workplace for productivity. 2, the transferring of the functions of the Bahamas Industrial Tribunal to the Civil Division of the Supreme Court for increased efficiency and productivity to the dispute resolution process in the industrial relations environment. The Attorney General referred to this matter that we have been working on now for the last 2 years. We've been in discussions with the Attorney General's office and with the relevant persons at the Supreme Court level to see how we can make this happen. What we want to do is give teeth to the industrial tribunals. And thirdly, Madam President, the adoption and ratification of the National Child Labor Policy. We don't really have an issue in the Bahamas with the abuse in terms of child labor. In fact, in the Employment Act, there are some exemptions that carve out the ability for children, for example, to work at gas station and pump gas, to sell newspapers or sell peanuts. That is not considered child labor abuse. So this is not really a big issue for the Bahamas, but it is something that we want to put in place just so in case that it does become an issue. In light of the negative impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on the world of work in the Bahamas, the NTC has submitted a number of significant recommendations to the government, including recommendations to the government of the Bahamas for the next steps as we emerge from the COVID-19 and safe return to work guide for Bahamian employers and COVID-19 prevention. Madam President, as a nation and a part of the global arena, I point to the need for significant labor and employment reforms going forward. COVID-19 has enabled many employees to perform certain duties from home. And as such, employers are strongly encouraged to re-engineer their processes and practices to facilitate efficient and productive work from home guidelines. This transformation of work from office to home, particularly the IT and digital sectors, should maintain or increase employment levels as current employees can be retained and or reskilled to perform these duties at home. This has been proven globally at companies like Google, Amazon, and Microsoft, where a large portion of their respective workforces are working from home. But let me give you one example, Madam President, in terms of the consequences and some of the factors when you work from home. When you work from, for example, when you go to work, your air conditioning system is on, and at home you would turn it off. If you're working from home, it's the exact opposite. You have to run your air conditioning system all day. That is something that people generally don't think about. But that is something that has to be factored in the compensation for workers who work at home. So that is just one example. Living and working in a post-COVID-19 era is expected to become the norm. And as such, business owners should take the necessary steps as articulated under the Health and Safety at Work Act to provide a safe and healthy workplace. This will require more focus on OSHA standards in the workplace, the training of current staff in new positions, and skills necessary for the implementation, management, and monitoring of OSHA standards. The COVID pandemic has necessitated that governments and the business community beef up their level of technology to allow for more efficient operations and the ability to serve the public with the least amount of face-to-face contact. The benefit of this will allow us to function effortlessly when faced with similar pandemics or natural disasters in the future. Madam President, this is the direction that the world is going. If we want to remain a major player on the global landscape, we will have to improve and or employ superior cutting-edge technologies in the way we do things and conduct businesses, as was ably and definitively mentioned and explained by Senator Kwesi Thompson. The COVID-19 pandemic has also identified the need for many new exciting business employment opportunities, including delivery of food and pharmacy services. I never imagined that Bahamians could move so quickly, especially young Bahamians, to organize delivery services just in the matter of weeks. And it is days, and it has provided a wonderful opportunity for many Bahamians who are making now a very decent livelihood of delivery services, of food and pharmacy services, specialized in personal goods and basic services to homes and other businesses, as well as curbside services. There will be an increased need to employ persons with digital skills to execute these services in new business enterprises. Madam President, life in a post-COVID-19 Bahamas will require special services for the millions of tourists visiting our historic sites, restaurants, and beaches. Employment opportunities for medical screening equipment and the production, manufacturing, and services of PPEs, such as the plastic face covering and also the masks, will be critical as we endeavor to meet local, regional, and international protocols relating to living in a post-COVID-19 era. The opportunity for Bahamians to vacation within the Bahamas, and Senator Dorset spoke to this very eloquently. The opportunity for Bahamians to vacation within the Bahamas and avoid the risk of infection by traveling outside of the Bahamas should result in significant expansion of the domestic tourism sector and should increase employment numbers in the Family Islands. We do not have to go to Florida or to Miami or Fort Lauderdale or Palm Beach to shop or to vacate or to have a vacation or to relax. We can do it right here in the Bahamas. We can do it here safely because they have a problem over there now. We keep the money in the economy. We generate more income, more employment for Bahamians by doing this. The Ministry of Tourism has a very aggressive Family Island stay in the Bahamas for your vacation programs. And I urge Bahamians to take advantage of the Ministry of Tourism's program. In spite of the challenges that we face as a nation, the prospects look extremely bright. When the Great Depression hit in 1929, people thought that it was the end of the world as we knew it. Similar feelings were manifested when the stock market crashed in 2008. And for a lot of us, when Dorian devastated Grand Bahama and Abaco last year. This pandemic is no different, Madam President. We will recover from this, and we will recover to a brighter future, a bigger economy, and a better life for all Bahamians. Madam President, as I close, I wish to commend the committed and hard-working team at the Ministry of Labor, headed by Reginald Sanders, our Permanent Secretary, for their unwavering support and their commitment to excellence. I also wish to thank our Senior Undersecretary, Mr. William Pratt, our Deputy Permanent Secretary, Mr. Ricardo DeVoe, and our Executive Manager, Mr. Robert Farquharson. I also wish to thank the hardworking management and staff at the various agencies. The Department of Labor, led by Director Mr. John Pinder, the National Training Agency, led by Mr. Gadville McDonald, the Bahamas Bureau of Standards and Quality, led by Dr. Renee Ferguson Buford, the Price Commission and the Consumer Affairs Division, led by Ms. Eulalie Gordon. I also wish to commend Mrs. Michelle Carroll for the excellent work that she's doing on her staff down to the Consumer Protection Commission. I take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation to all of the board chairpersons and all persons serving on boards, committees, and councils, including the chairman of the CPC, Mr. Philip Beneby, the chairman of BBSQ, Mr. Aaron Bryce, chairperson of NTA, Lady Naomi Wallace-Whitfield, chairman of the Prices Commission, Mr. Daniel Sumner, the chairman of the National Tripartite Council, Mr. Robert Farquharson, and chairman of our newly formed National Maritime Council, Mr. Richard McComb. I wish to thank Madam President, the trade unions, their leadership, and members for their support and understanding during this time, especially those on the front line in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. And Madam President, I want to mention that the law requires the businesses and establishments that are contemplating redundancies and terminations to give the Minister of Labor sufficient notification before that is actually done. Madam President, the comfort and the respect, the sensitivity, and the decency during the period that a business would notify the Minister of Labor, which is normally 2 weeks, that they intend to terminate individuals. That period is the period that the business and the Department of Labor would interact to ensure that all of the laws are complied with respect to the Employment Act. We do not want, and I have never ever commented on any notifications given to me before the actual employees affected are notified in writing. Because what happens, Madam President, is that it creates, in a business environment, it creates an environment of tension, an actual fear of everybody losing their jobs. If it's announced or it's leaked or it's mentioned in the press or social media, before the company has an opportunity to call each affected staff member in and explain to them what is going on. And that is why the press call me all the time. They ask me to comment on rumors that are circulating. And generally, I say no comment because I wanted to respect the dignity of the employees. And that is extremely important. That goes above scoring political points or brownie points, because what is going to happen is going to happen anyway. You don't have to mess up the process and cause families to have unnecessary sleepless nights. That is not necessary. I also want to an issue that came up today during the intervention made by Mrs. Colby, dealing with Senator Colby Davis. Let me give her full titles. I don't want the young liberals issuing a press statement about me, as they've done already once today. So let me be careful. The PLP can't take any credit for the establishment of the unemployment benefit. That was solely and exclusively the creation of the Free National Movement. And it was done And it was done, and I was very happy and I was very fortunate to be Minister of Labor at that time. And a strong proponent of unemployment benefit. I never understand for the life of me why the Bahamas didn't have an unemployment benefit scheme. I didn't understand for life. And this is something when I was on the backbench in the House of Assembly that I pushed almost every budget debate that I pushed for unemployment benefit and a minimum wage. I never understand for the life of me why we didn't have a national minimum wage in this country. And this is something that we agitated for. The F&M government did both. For the first time, introduced a national minimum wage and an unemployment benefit, which thousands of Bahamians are now benefiting. We have extended, and I wish to congratulate the Prime Minister and my colleagues, and also in response to the trade union movement, which Senator Dotson mentioned this morning. They have requested an extension of the unemployment benefit for an additional 13 weeks. Now, just let me say a few things about this. This is not part of the National Insurance Benefit Program. The National Insurance Benefit Program, which is in regulation, is for 13 weeks. And certain criteria have to be met in order to qualify for that benefit for the first 13 weeks. What we have done is we have asked National Insurance to manage and facilitate for us an additional 13 weeks by us giving them what we estimate to be the amount that's required to extend the 13 weeks to 26 weeks, an additional 13 weeks. And we estimate that will come to 48, as several senators mentioned here already. So, and this is very important. This is very important. This has nothing to do with paying your national insurance benefit, your national insurance fees that come out of your salary. This is not linked to that. This has to do with the government deciding from the consolidated fund, from the public treasury, to give national insurance $48 million to administer, to ensure that those persons who are unemployed continue for more than another 3 months to receive this unemployment benefit. And this will make a big difference in the lives of many Bahamian families. Many Bahamian families. The way how this would work, the majority of persons who are on the unemployment benefit now came on the program in March, the majority of them. Some came on the program in April, some came on the program in May. Some might have come on in June, right? What this means is that whenever your 13 weeks end with national insurance, no matter when you came on the program, your additional 13 weeks will then kick in, so that you get a total of 26 weeks. And this is very important, especially in light of the announcements made by several hotels recently that they will not be open until October or November. So this extension now, especially with respect to the hotel union and its president, Mr. Darren Woods, who's spoken to the Prime Minister and to me concerning this matter, that his members and members generally who are on this benefit program will have the minimum of the unemployment benefit coming in to give them some support during this trying time for many, many Bahamian families. And Madam President, I want to say, as Senator Johnny Ann Dawson said, that we are all in this together. I don't know if you noticed in my presentation, I wasn't political today. And I didn't intend to get political today. These are very, very serious times for Bahamian families. people are having difficulties. It's a difficult period of time for Bahamian families, for fathers, for mothers, for children. And all of us as a country, the opposition, the government, civil society, the churches, the trade union movement, all of us, we have to focus on helping the people and not politicizing these issues. Some things, I agree, as Senator Mitchell always says, this is a democracy, and having an opposing view do not mean that that's negative. It means that you're trying to help the process. I understand that. But there are some things that are said and done that are totally counterproductive to the process of helping Bahamians. No, I'm not going to give you an example, because then I would be guilty. I would be guilty of breaking the rule which I just stated. So I'm not going to do that. So Madam President, I wish to thank you for your indulgence and Senate colleagues for their indulgence, and to state that I unequivocally support this progressive and people-centered budget.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. And I appreciate the solemnness with which the Minister of Labor just delivered his evocation to us all. But I did note that he did, in fact, allow for dissenting views as part of the process of democracy. So I'll take that as a given, because I want to start off, if I didn't know any better, by dedicating this budget debate to little Jack Horner. He sat in a corner eating his Christmas pie, and he put in his thumb, pulled out a plum, and said, "What a good boy am I." Yeah, because that's what they've been doing the whole time, patting themselves on the back. We're so great. We've done all these wonderful things, and people ought to be grateful to us for it. And I suppose that's what you have to say. But I'm very happy that Senator Dotson started off by quoting Charles Dickens and The Tale of Two Cities.
About 10 MPs in the race.
Yes, and just the top line, you know, it's the best of times and the worst of times, and of course you can also talk about that myth that they put on Marie Antoinette when they said when they asked her, they told her the people have no bread, and she said, "No bread? Let them eat cake." But there is a kind of air of unreality of being in this place if I didn't know what the real circumstances are in the outside world. You'd have me fooled. I would go away thinking, gee, this is great. The Bahamas is in the Bahamas is in such great shape, and they've done such wonderful things. I unfortunately must dissent from that view. Although I'm very proud of my country, and I fight for my country and its integrity. This is an annual ritual for me. Started off as a journalist way back in 1977, so it's 43 years of doing this every year. And, well, not much has changed. Some new faces have come along, and I want to start off by congratulating the newer members for bringing their zeal and their verve and their aggression to this place. I want to particularly thank the elucidation by the team of the Progressive Liberal Party, starting with Senator Darville, Senator Colby Davis, and then Senator Clay Sweeting. Good presentations, crisp, direct, and to the point. There's some tidying up things, though. Today we got into a contretemps back and forth about whether or not the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance said certain things or had certain views. And the President has said that those remarks ought to be stricken from the record, and which is a little strange in this day of technology that y'all have been boasting about during this debate, because it's a little difficult to strike things from the record, because before you can say Jack Sprat, it's around the world. And so the horse is already out of the gate. But the President did ask us if we could produce some evidence that what I call the fair comment by Senator Colby Davis about the actions of the Deputy Prime Minister and what she said. And so let's start with the 9th of May, a report by Rashad Roll in the Tribune, 2018. The Education Minister. So he's speaking, and he says that he used a very poor choice of words when previously telling the press he was happy to report dozens of contract workers had been disciplined and terminated for non-performance. Do you remember that? Yes, right. No, I get in there because he just said it's the government. He said it's the government. He said the government. The government. And I'm saying it's a fair comment. That's all the member was doing. And he said he regretted having said that. I am making the case against your government. I said what I said. I said what I said. Then you have the Guardian of the 27th of January, 2018. 2018. Here's the Nassau Guardian, Royston Jones. The rise in unemployment from 9.9% to 10.1% nationally was largely attributed to a more than 6% reduction of jobs in the public service, according to the acting director of the Department of Statistics, Leona Wilson, whose department released the latest labor force survey yesterday. And then later down, the story says, Minister of Finance Peter Turnquest said this month the government expected the next unemployment survey to reflect some increase in joblessness in the Bahamas, but attributed this reduction to, quote, bogus jobs engaged by the former administration. Now, let's go back to what she said and the comment she made. Was it out of place? It was a fair comment. It was a fair comment.
Madam, just on the point of order, at the time, as Minister of Labor, I issued a press release with respect to this matter, and it came up in the Senate at the time, and I said exactly why the decrease went down in the public service. It had nothing to do with the F&M government terminating public servants, because that is what Senator Mitchell and his colleagues were saying at the time. It had to do with retirements, resignations, and deaths. That is what caused the reduction in the civil service, and the F&M not filling those posts. Because our job was to get the civil service down to a size without letting anybody go. And the way to do that is if people retire, you just don't bring somebody in to keep it up at a high number. Natural attrition. That is the point. And I actually issued a press release. I'm going to Google it now and find that press release and read it.
Fine. The contract workers who of urban renewal didn't retire. Contract workers didn't retire.
Their contracts
and the gaming board workers didn't retire.
No. On a point of order.
Expiry by any other name.
on a point of order, with respect to the contract with workers, their contracts expired. That is what happened. Their contract, it's a contract for fixed length of time, and they expired. We didn't terminate any contract before the time in the contract that calls for its expiration.
My point is, attrition, expiry of the contract, whatever it is, the public service reduced under the Free National Movement, and the minister said the government expected the next unemployment to reflect some increase in joblessness, but attributed this reduction to the bogus jobs engaged by the former administration. And she made the senator, forgive me, the senator made a fair comment based on these things in the public domain. That's the point. That's the own point. That's the point. That's the point. That's the point. That's the point. Now, I heard this business of the government high school and the Progressive Liberal Party wrecking the government high school. I can't remember what the expression is. This country, before 1967, had one public high school. One. Which only people basically, what is it, 25 entrants per year into the government high school. 98, whatever, 98. Let's say it's 98. Could not handle the capacity, the demand for high school education in this country. On advice, the system of elitist education was replaced with a comprehensive education. That was the advice of the day. Separating junior into senior high schools. The Progressive Liberal Party across this country built high school after high school after high school after high school to educate the children in this country. Some of you mentioned the schools today. R.M. Bailey, H.O. Nash. I heard those names being mentioned today. And the fact is, the more people are being educated today because that investment in the education of the people in this country by the Progressive Liberal Party.
Here's the point of order. This is not intended to be an argumentative point, but merely to set the record entirely straight. With the attainment of internal self-government in 1964, the UBP started to build schools all over the Bahamas. Now, unfortunately for them, they lost the elections 3 years later. And that process was continued. But to be fair, it is not only the PLP that started a massive school building program. H.O. Nash, R.M. Bailey, which was called Highbury High, C.H. Reeves, Oaksfield Primary. I could list off the schools that were started by the UBP.
Yeah.
Now, so the fact that you have 1 second, please.
You give it another speech again.
Okay.
You give it another speech
No,
again.
I just want to finish the sentence.
You will wrap up in 5 minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay, brother. Okay, no, we're not arguing.
Yeah.
Okay, brother. No problem.
Senator Mitchell was presenting. Senator Bethel had a point of order. Allow each of them individually to state their points without 5 or 6 other people participating in the discussion here, unless you are called on.
Please. I just wanted to end with one sentence to say this, that every Bahamian government of record has had a commitment to education and placing schools in communities. Everyone, going right back to the UBP. When I think it was, the
UBP is not my concern.
Okay.
I'm not interested in the UBP and what they did and didn't do. Right, not right now. Right. 1967. I'm saying, incontrovertibly, the primary budgetary allocation, Progressive Liberal Party, was education, transformed education in this country. And you can't rewrite history that way. You cannot do it. You can, because you can do anything you like, but you shouldn't. Fair is fair to try and rewrite history. And then, we've heard during this debate, what have we heard? Oh, you know, COVID-19 and Hurricane Dorian and poor FNM, we got done so bad because, you know, this just happened while we were in government, and, you know, we had the lowest deficit in history, and it would have been this and so on and so forth. You know, well, that's fine. You know, except what I remember is that the first budget communication by the Honorable Peter Turnquest, the very first one, in his budget communication, he showed by his own figures that the deficit was on the way down, tracking in the right direction. In his own budget communication, he said it was the hurricane that threw the budget off. Now, that's what the technical people wrote. But of course, next chapter he says, oh, but it's the bad policies of the PLP. Politics and technical information. So I can't have any sympathy for you now, because you happen to have a hurricane and COVID. Why I gotta have sympathy for you? You pays your penny and you takes your choice. You make your bed up and you lay in it. No, I can't. I cannot, and I will not. You know, the waters are upset. You know, and some of the religious community might draw some conclusions. I actually went this morning because I remember the story of Jonah, you know, and the whale, how he spent 3 days, and you know, he was on the boat, and the waters were troubled, and the sailors were trying to figure out how we could calm these waters. And Jonah told them, "But you got to throw me overboard because I go in the wrong direction." And they said, No. Well, they threw Jonah overboard, and the waters became calm. So if y'all have a problem, identify the Jonah and throw him overboard. Throw him overboard. You know, throw him overboard. You know, you throw Dr. Sands under the bus, but that wasn't the Jonah. So it got to be someone else. Throw him overboard. Now. Madam President. There's a resolution on the order paper, which we agreed to speak to. And I speak in the context of the decision by the central bank to abolish the penny. As of the end of this year, the penny is going to be effectively demonetized, and you will not be able to use the penny. Yeah, blame the PLP, no problem. Yeah. So I'm just raising the issue. There is a procedure under the Interpretation of General Clauses Act where if a public corporation makes a decision or a regulation, it is possible by resolution of the Houses of Parliament to pass a negative vote, which would then turn back the regulation.
Yes, that is correct.
Right. So I am asking the support of senators here because I think that the abolition of the penny, as we see it and as it has been explained by the central bank, will have an inflationary effect on prices in the Bahamas. As it has been explained to us, what is going to happen is that when you pay some amount and it falls between 1 and 5 cents over, that you either, I think it's up to 2 cents, you go downwards, and if it's over 2 cents, you go upwards. And I'm saying this is inviting mischief. And I would urge people, because I think this is going to be inflationary. Secondly, I wanted to also raise it in the context of this campaign which is going on around the country. This campaign going on in the country for the digitalization of the country, which of course is progress. But in particular, the issue of the cashless society that everybody seems to be arguing for. So I saw these announcements in the country. First, I think it was American Airlines announced that they're not going to accept cash at their facilities here in New Providence, in the Bahamas, that you had to use a card in order to buy a ticket for them. The first thing I thought was, I didn't get an opportunity to research the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act, but the senator just mentioned Bahama. Can't use cash there. I understand there were a number of announcements which came from some government agencies. I think it may have been the Road Traffic Authority, saying that they want to move. I think the minister was speaking and says he wants to move to cashless for the Road Traffic Department. Now, there are a couple of things to consider. First of all, I'm wondering whether or not the Attorney General might be able to speak to this. The question of whether the Act says that for all debts in the country, Bahamian cash is legal tender for those debts. So I'm just asking myself the question now, how can someone, in the face of that, tell me when I walk up to you for a debt, and say, I present you cash, and you say, sorry, I can't take it. I'm just saying, is it lawful? Because there are some exceptions, because I think the Central Bank Act, for example, says that if you have more than $5 worth of pennies now, you can lawfully refuse that, because that's not legal tender, if you have $5 or more of pennies, right? And many people, this happened to me, I discovered that because a client of mine, when I was in practice, got a settlement for $2,000, and the employer didn't like him, didn't like the decision, so paid the whole debt in pennies. And we had to pay the bank in order to count the pennies, right? So what I'm saying is this headlong rush into this cashless society. I've heard about the digital, what is it? The sand dollar, which is supposed to be the central bank's digital currency. Okay, let me go one step farther, and that is this. We have seen over the last years the telephone companies in this country extracting profits by the use of these smartphones. There has not been an investment in the infrastructure which supports the smartphones. So when we start talking about digitalization of the Bahamas, unless there is the underlying platform, what are we doing? I said jokingly to my colleagues here that I'm going to go and say, I'm going to access government decisions, and I better be sure I got data on my phone, or the data is right now. You're back to the situation where calls are dropping, the system is crowded. There's obviously a need to invest in bandwidth. Nobody's talking about 5G and the next direction things are supposed to be going. So I want to put all of that in the mix, because this business of the abolition of the penny and depending on the electronic transfers for your payments are all mixed up in one. And I'm saying that we ought to make sure that the average man has access to all of these things, and the surest way for that is cash. And we should not deny that opportunity to people in the country. And I would say this, the other concern I have is the question of the ability. It seems the nanny state is now coming, so you have the ability to track what I do. So everything that I do now, this is like, George Orwell's Animal Farm, was it? Or 1984, where Big Brother is able to track everything you do. And privacy seems to me an important point to protect. So I make that point. I was interested in listening to what Senator Handfield had to say about real property tax and the collection by local governments. My view is that local government should actually be the collector of real property tax and have all the real property taxes for the running of their budgets. That's right. I think that is something that should happen. And I would also.
I can't express any support because people. You agree with Senator Henry?
Well, he has a more limited position. He has a more limited position. Yes. Now, of all the good you're doing, you say.
I do agree.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree. Because it's very curious. No, it's very curious. Very curious. I listen to everything you have to say, and the subtext of everybody here was they agree with us that things are bad. That's the thing. I listen. Yes, right. I listen. No, I listen to Senator Bostrick Dean. I mean, she could have been speaking for our side, and that, but the whole problem is when she's done, she makes the flip and says it's the PLP's fault. They all say, "Oh, the PLP didn't do this. The PLP didn't do that. Okay, while you're working at this, Madam President, how about fixing the parliamentary buildings? How about like the toilets, for example? The toilets don't flush in the buildings. How about fixing those? Right? You need to have proper parliamentary buildings. How about doing that? Yeah. Say? Oh yeah. Well, I can let you argue that one because that. So how about that? And no, I don't see. Where's the evidence of it? Where was the evidence of it? But what I'm saying is there needs to be a proper parliamentary complex.
No, I agree.
There needs to be a proper. So would you put that in your list of things to do?
Absolutely.
Now, next thing, you're trying to find money. The reason we are partly in this revenue issue is because the country's economy was shut down in a manner that could have been more properly handled. That's the revenue issue. And I think that one of the matters which you ought to consider and can consider is the lowering of the prime rate. I just reading yesterday, the central bank was advised by the IMF that there is space to manipulate by using the prime rate and lowering the prime rate. So I'm told that you can make space for about $100 million if you're able to do that. So I think the government could consider that. The prime rate is now. Yeah, and I think there add on, and it would low, right, and the thing is, in a society where consumer spending drives the revenue, that would be one of the ways to resolve some of the tax issues that the Bahamas government now finds itself in. I think, therefore, that is something you ought to consider. I also want to talk, Madam President, about the cancellation of the summer program for students. I think that it is very unfortunate that students will not get the opportunity this summer to be able to have the experience of the summer programs, which gives them an opportunity to have access to jobs, the experience to save up some monies, which will be able to take them through to the school year. And I would urge the government to reconsider their decision on that, because I think it's important for students to have that opportunity. And as to the decisions with regard to this question of whether or not the Progressive Liberal Party made, again, any contribution, because I kept hearing members say, for the last 5 years, we didn't do this, we didn't do anything. Let me name them, because were praising them. Name them. 5 years. 5 years. The 5 years of the Progressive Liberal Party's administration. Yeah. No, I mean, people here say, "Oh, nothing happened. You didn't do this. You do that." I can name some. And I'm going to name the ones that you were boasting about during your presentations, without attribution. UB, Urban Renewal, BAMSI, NHI, NTA, all Progressive Liberal Party. And then, I leave the private sector out. But I was only saying this. I think Senator Hatfield used the expression, said it is better to get something done, I think, than to get something said, right? So, QED, quid erat demonstrandum. Quad erat demonstrandum. Yeah. Yes. Right. Done. So we only want to set the record straight. And I would say this, Madam President. I know that a government has to boast about what a good job it's done. And that's why I started off by saying, I dedicate this to little Jack Horner, patting himself on the back. But really and truly, Madam President, you really have to thank Jesus Christ. And I say this in all seriousness. Thank Jesus Christ that we dodged a bullet with this. And the workers who worked so hard to make sure that this was something that was not more dangerous than it's turned out to be. The prayers of people, the prayers of the faithful, has turned out so that we do not have a greater disaster than one that was looming across the waters at us. And so I would say also this, that I'm sorry? Well, y'all didn't talk about the budget at all. No, y'all didn't talk about the budget at all. I've spent my time trying to answer the points raised by your side. And not one of them. See, the way it is, the way it's supposed to go. The only one who talked about, well, you did to some extent, but the one who talked about his portfolio was the Minister of Labor. Right. The Minister of Labor. The rest were self-promotion, patting himself on the back, saying what good boys you were. So, no, we're talking about the three ministers. No. Or was a lot of, the PLP did this, the PLP didn't do this, pat yourselves on the back. And I'm saying, no, but I'm sure you're coming with it at the end. So I'm saying to you,
You don't have to worry about what they didn't do.
yeah, right. I'm saying to you, the record is clear. The record has been set straight. I would like, though, to add my condolences, Madam President, to in the passing of my very good friend, Michael Craig Edward Turner. He was a friend really a protector. You know, you run into people at various stages in your life, and they're not very long. They're sort of fleeting sometimes, but the impact that people have on your life is significant throughout your lifetime. And he was a keen historian, a man of great humor, an excellent lawyer, and also formerly a corporate secretary. Just an all-around excellent human being, good family man. And so I want to remember him at this time and say, may he rest in peace. Well, I think that takes care of your budget. The record's been set straight. Thank you all for the contributions you've made, members, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam President. Let me say to my friend Senator Mitchell that I'm always thoroughly engaged by his contributions, and he has one of the finest minds in this country, as we all know. And I just wanted to say that never mind that in the cut and thrust of battle we may figuratively exchange intellectual blows or whatever. There's nothing but the highest respect, Senator, that we have for you. And, while we do not often agree with you on most things, I think that we, like you, can do the same thing. We can go walk out on a rainy day and say it's raining and then say, hey, everybody must agree with me. And so you say it's bad. And I know that everybody agrees with me. It's kind of a strange statement, Senator, because if it's so universally bad that everybody knows it's bad, then they don't necessarily have to be agreeing with you. They just have to be recognizing a reality. And the same as if I go outside in the rain and I say, I know everybody agreed with me it's raining. It's not a question of agreement. It's what the reality is. The reality is of complete economic devastation from one end of this globe to the other, and of particular concern to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and to the wider Caribbean, and I think to the Western Hemisphere, secondarily to us, and then to the wider world, tertiary to the Western Hemisphere, is the fact that the engine, the heart of the economy in this world, starting in the Western Hemisphere, and of particular threat to our region, that engine is going in the wrong direction and burning up the turbines. And like one of them BPL generators that they hit the wrong switch and turn the wrong way, and boom. This is where we are. And so everything that is going on today that we do, no matter how well we do it, no matter how well the region does it, no matter how well the rest of the world does it, if the economy cannot get back up to steam, it is going to be a very perilous time. And nobody needs to agree with me on that, because anyone looking at what is going on around the world will all form the same opinion. Therefore, it's not a question of agreement, it's patently obvious. That being said, I still want to express the respect we all have for you and your colleagues, all of whom put up a very spirited debate during the budget period. And there are some good points that each of you have raised that I can assure you will certainly be up for consideration. I'm not sure if the government will die in the ditch over the humble penny, but there are some other points that the whole world is getting rid of extra, because the coinage, the value of the metal itself greatly outweighs the value of the denomination. So when it's one thing to denominate paper as $1 and ascribe a value to it. But when you ascribe a value to metal, and metal has a value that's higher than the value you ascribe to it, you could run into some problems. And so this is, I think, part of the reason. But before I go further, let me also take this opportunity to express my personal condolences on the passing, firstly, of renowned boxer and community activist Leonard Boston Blackie Miller. Boston Blackie, as we knew him when we were little boys, he was responsible for a sea change in my life. My grandmother and auntie they used to live right in the back of Christ the King Anglican Church, and we spent a lot of time down there. As you know, all children, 6 in a bed, 3 boys with a head this way, 3 girls with a head that way. That's how you grow up. You all grow up together. So one day, Father Merlo Bonamy, who was the rector at long-time rector at Christ the King, had Boston Blackie come in to set up a boxing camp. So I went there to learn how to box. So, They put the glove on me and square me up against a pillar, and he hit me one blow. I knew that my life would never be that of a boxer. Well, everybody was into, Muhammad Ali that time, and I thought I was being another Muhammad Ali. I was about 14 or so. And he hit me one blow. It was a life-changing event. Yeah, it was a life-changing event. But I've never forgotten that moment of meeting this famous, because he was famous, He was a famous man, and to meet this famous man, he say, "Oh, you want to be a boxer? Okay, you're bam." Okay, so I want to express his family my deepest personal sympathies on the passing of a legend in the Bahamas, Leonard Boston Blackie Miller. Also, Michael, or more familiarly known as Mickey Turner, he was truly a distinguished gentleman, a historian, but for us, a lawyer. Yes, he was across the board. And one of my colleagues in our group was saying how much he regretted that, that Mickey didn't put things down into writing it. He had a profound memory, if you will, bank of political history. But apart from that, his loss is a sad loss to the legal profession. And on behalf of the legal profession in this place and the government and people of the Bahamas, I would like to express our sympathies. And on behalf of the government and the people of the Bahamas in this place, express sympathies to the family of the late Leonard Boston Blackie Miller. And as I said, I must commend all colleagues for the quality of their contributions and debates. I was particularly moved by Senator Moss. I almost shed a tear, as he did. I think we all have our life stories, We can all know the trials and our own. None of us were born with silver spoons in our mouths. None of us were born in fine fettle, if you will. We all came from the underbelly of what was, in the times of our parents, the underbelly of Bahamian society. They fought for that recognition of majority rule. We fought for that recognition of full democracy. And the fight goes on. The fight goes on through the generations. And yes, many, many more barefoot boys and barefoot girls from this hard road or that hard road will come to the fore of leadership in this country. And that's the beauty about Bahamian society, is that, yes, we do have people who have, over the years, achieved things, but we do not have a class system. Every person is evaluated according to their worth, their own personal worth, their own personal integrity, what they strive and struggle for. And so, Senator Moss, I glory in your growth from the tragic circumstances of your early childhood through all of the travails in life. And that at critical points, I've always seen that in you, and I've always made allowance for that and also supported you largely because of that. And so I glory in your continued success. We saw your posting, advertised the time you were going to be speaking, and everybody say, it's showtime. But that was not to deal with the emotional part. That was just to deal with the way you have traditionally conducted your debates and have traditionally taken the fight to the other side. So I commend you. Oh, it went down. What is that? Oh, yes. Yeah, I'll come to that. Okay. Yeah, I am reminded that I also must give condolences, because today was a very shocking day, actually, in the legal profession, when one of the giants, who quite literally, along with, I would say, his partner and competitor, Jeffrey Johnstone, the two of them, totally reshaped the legal profession in the Bahamas. Both were cabinet ministers in the United Bahamian Party first Bahamian cabinet with internal self-government, starting in 1964 and ending in 1967. Both were leading members initially, one was a partner, of leading law firms. Well, a leading law firm in those days had a distinct complexion. No, not universally, and not in terms of what they shaped, because both Sir Geoffrey Johnstone and Mr. Peter Graham took their law firms and brought in all of the newly enfranchised, energized talent of a diverse society and built it up. Now, yes, you would have it over a period of time. It took decades. But yes, you would still have, you know, the partner with the highest percent controlling interest. But if you look at the diversity, that, and in fact, the third law firm is McKinney, Bancroft and Hughes, where a similar situation occurred. And our former Prime Minister Hubert Ingram often speaks of how both he and Perry Christie were article clerks in the English pronunciation in McKinney, Bancroft and Hughes, and Donald McKinney, I believe it was. So he was about to be fired, but anyway, I won't tell that story. I won't tell that story. It's a very interesting story, but the point is that Peter Graham took a small law firm, made it into a legal behemoth. And if you look at the constitution of that firm today, you would understand what he was able to do. I met him several times, and he was a wonderful person. Very, very, very nice, avuncular, like the uncle. And he, you know, immediately took to whoever he was talking with. So let me say that to his family and to the law firm of Graham Thompson and Co., and to the wider society, and to his former constituents of Long Island, whom he served from 1956 until 1972. He was the perennial member of Parliament for Long Island, the whole island. And I'm sure that he will be deeply missed by Long Islanders, and so to them as well, I extend deepest sympathies on behalf of the government and the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, to his family and to all those who loved him and who have lost him. Madam President, I now firstly would like to move the resolution. My watch says 1 minute to 7, and I said it early this morning, that the business of the Senate do continue beyond 7 p.m.
All right, the second.
Yeah.
We moved and seconded that the Senate to continue past 7 p.m. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Business will continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, I would like to once again commend all colleague senators on the quality of their contributions to this debate. With regard to some points that were made, let me first say to you, Senator Henfield, I felt a flush of absolute pride for those hardworking, dedicated attorneys at the Law Reform Commission. When you told me that the Canadians had consolidated all of our laws and sent them all over the region as almost as a standard. You know, I was thinking to myself that after this emergency, I would do exactly the same thing before I heard you saying it, and call it the guidebook to future plagues, because one would anticipate that the way things are going, you're going to have more. And the idea was to consolidate every regulation that was made under the proclamation to one regulation, because it will set out all of the appropriate powers, and to consolidate every COVID order and amendments made during the life of that order into one order, and consolidate every exempted businesses order, but do them by time, so that it's clear that at this time this was permissible, this was not, etc. And then call it, like I say, the plague handbook. Yes. But no, first, I just, yeah. And so, but the important thing is this, right? None of this would have been possible without the expertise and the dedication. And I can tell you that versions of the orders would be all day, going backwards and forwards, coming to me. I'd sign off, we'd send them up to the competent, or no, it comes back with another, and backwards and forwards, and to be able to shape some ideas into the wording and to capture the things that we did in our wording, it is only down to the genius, I call it genius, and the dedication of the Law Reform Commission. And it really has been, for me, an enormous privilege to work with the Commission and the dedicated draftspersons who are there. Director of Law Reform, Ms. Roy, Ms. Cox, Ms. Rule, of course, our illustrious Dame Anita Allen, who in moments when we were all befuddled and couldn't quite find our way through the forest, trying to put together some ideas. And you know, I'd be consulted and say what I could say, but I'm not a draftsperson. And even though I'd like to drive a coach and through the forest, gentle counsel would always make its way through. And at the end of the day, when we couldn't agree, it was Dame Anita Allen who poured the salve and basically said, this is how it should be. And everybody said, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. So I would like to thank them all on behalf of the Bahamian people and the government of the Bahamas, and to express here today the profound appreciation that I feel for their efforts. Yes.
Madam President, with
Yes,
your indulgence
you
and the
recognize.
member Gio,
Yes, sir.
there is a report coming out of Grand Bahama in particular that the officers of the Royal Bahamas Police Force are now writing tickets for people supposedly for expired driver's licenses. And I thought that the order was that the expiry dates had been suspended until 60 days
I'm not sure
after.
that may have been.
I was trying to
Yeah.
find in the most recent order.
Yeah,
but
we have to
I
check
didn't
it.
see
We have to check it because, the difficulty that it's a kind of things are intersecting. So I'm not sure if the order, its exact position. I myself have to look at it. I got the same information. I got the same information, but the road traffic department is open as of Monday, and the fully open. I think it was always kept open as an essential service, and licensing has been going on, and the insurance companies were open for the last several weeks, at least the last month. So, but everything was predicated on the inability to get insurance when they were closed down, except if you could do so digitally. But we'll try and find out where the law is and get back on it. Yeah, I was made aware of it this afternoon, but we will, as I said, we will seek to find out exactly where the law stands, and if that is an area that hasn't quite been captured, we will do the necessary. And in the meanwhile, we'll try and get the law to match the reality of where we are with opening, because licensing actually continued. What was shut down was certain functions that were like inspection was shut down, because the inspection was the high contact point. Okay, everything else could be done, like you pass something over and you don't have to see in there behind the cage, etc. Okay, but we'll try and make sure the law matches to the police action, and of course people should be given time. So we'll look at that. Okay, we will look at that. Okay, all right. Okay, can I? Yes.
The chair recognizes Senator Dodson.
Right. But it was drive through. Yeah.
And it was limited. Yeah. Which means that some people will be allowed to walk there. Some people will not get the service.
Some days it's very difficult to get.
Dr. Darbo, we'll look at the situation. Okay, we'll look, I mean, yeah, it's just that we're not. I don't know the details. and
Yes,
I'm trying
sir.
to find
Go
out,
right
yeah.
ahead, Senator.
The point I was making is that there was an order which came out, which said that as of the third, for example, if your car had to be licensed by the 31st of March, effectively the order
them back.
suspended the government's requirement to be licensed on the 31st of March. And it said that that would obtain until 60 days after the proclamation of emergency had expired. So I think people had that expectation.
Yes,
Right.
that was a special provision order, but I would need to check whether or not that has been taken out of the special provision orders. That's what I need to find out. No, I understand. But once you give notice, you can do so. Okay, it was something made at a particular time, and it basically pushed back licensing as long as it is in force. Once you give due notice and you take it out of force due to changed circumstances, it's out of force. Okay. And no perpetual deferments. Right. No, we understand that. We understand that. Okay. Now, so let me thank Senator Henfield for bringing that wonderful information to light. And I can assure the Law Reform Commission and Bahamians everywhere, you have first-class legal officers in the Office of the Attorney General, and we have set not just the standard in terms of our drafting for the Bahamas, but apparently a standard for at least the United Kingdom, Canada, and those areas where they would have sent our consolidated orders. So thank you very much. Now, on this issue of... Yeah, I know. The issue of the increase of the jurisdiction of the Magistrates Court, I can confirm that for just prior to COVID, that I and the Chief Justice had some discussions on this issue, and we basically have reached a consensus, but the issue of COVID and all the shutdowns have gotten in the way. So at some point going forward, we'll speak with the CJ and I'll see what we can agree to in the present circumstances. But I can just say this much, that I think everybody agrees that the $5,000 jurisdiction is a little too low in the present time, because that would have been high, but that would have been done like 20 years ago. Okay, so yeah. Right. It is too low. It is too low. And you see, the point is, and I can say this much, that, you know, I think there's broad consensus. If you think about it, the Magistrates Court is the place where 95% of Bahamians get their touch of justice. That is where they meet the legal system, 95%. It may be justice or it may not. It depends on which side of the bench one sits on, I suppose. But let's just say this, 95%, the only contact with the legal system is really through the magistrates' courts. Right. So the point is that it does seem that we have to look at that amount. Okay. But everything depends on what the judiciary says about it. And we'll have a discussion with them, and we'll continue with it. On this question of taxi and jitney plates that was touched on, let me say that this is a matter that is receiving consideration by the government. At some point, if the government is going to make a move, the government will in due course give general notice to the public. But it is something that is, it's a campaign promise. It's something that we intend to look very much at. And we are actively looking at this issue at the present time, as much as I can say at the moment. But it's something that we can look for something from the government, I think. On this 7-year presumption of death issue that I keep hearing, and it's unfortunate that, you know, people say, well, for this, you should just do that. But, you know, every unexpected death is deserving of investigation. So our law is you know what, in the Pickwick Papers, Mr. Bumble said the law is a has, without the H. But the law is not a has. The law admits of the ability to conduct a proper level of review of a missing person claim today, already, now. All that has to happen is that the person who, let's say during the Hurricane Dorian, saw someone go missing, they go to the police station, which they ought to have done long time, and they give a statement to the police, sworn statement. Once that statement is given, the police will naturally verify it, and whoever took the statement make the basic investigations. They now, time has passed, and they're saying, okay, I made my statement, and I need to administer the estate, or I need to make an insurance claim, but I got to wait for 7 years. Well, actually, you don't have to wait for 7 years. There are only certain deaths that have to have a full coroner's inquest. Deaths in police custody, suspicious deaths, or deaths that arose as a result of a police shooting. You must have a full inquest for those. Other than that, the coroner is entitled to have a truncated inquiry. Okay, and this was explained by the coroner on the program that was on TV dealing with this issue of the bodies that were in Abaco and Grand Bahama. In the height of this, in the days immediately following, we knew that this would be a problem. We had a meeting in my office with myself and the coroners and all the coroners' deputies who were present in New Providence, and we went through the law. And they are aware of it. They agree. They, in fact, volunteered this point. We explored it. It is possible to have an inquiry on an expedited basis without a full inquest jury, provided it's not a suspicious death, provided it's not a police-involved shooting that result in death, and provided it's not a death in custody. So all the persons have to do is to get a photocopy of the statement they would have given to the police, which they can get from the police if they don't have it on themselves. Take that to the coroner or one of the deputy coroners, like for example in Abaco, there's a deputy coroner there, fully able to act. In Grand Bahama, there's a deputy coroner, fully able to act, fully trained, and present that, indicate that they wish to have an inquiry, go through the procedures, and all that happens after that is the coroner will then cause the police to bring the actual file and take the evidence of the police. Did you take the statement? Yes. This is what did you do about it? Did you look at this? Okay, fine. Okay, is there anything about this that's suspicious or sudden, unexpected or whatever? Putting aside the issue of is there anything about this that gives you reason to believe that we may need to inquire further? Then they take the person and she'll interview the person on oath before her, because that's a statement given to somebody else. So these are the procedures. It's a simplified procedure, and it can be done. And so anybody who believes that they have to wait 7 years before they can claim in probate, administer the estate, if there was no will, administer the estate, or claim on and if you're a public servant, you have the whole issue of whatever gratuity the public servant would have gotten on retirement or death or whatever, and all of these payments, it's a simplified procedure, and all of the deputy coroners in the Family Islands and the chief coroner here and all the deputies here are anxious to assist people. They are anxious to assist people. You do not have to wait for 7 years. After the coroner determines there's nothing suspicious, the police weren't involved, you didn't die in custody, then they can make a determination on that issue and cause a death certificate to be issued by the Registrar General's office. And that is really the rest, all of it I could say. And at the end of the day, reality we all face is that the best minds can only do the best they can in a situation where the course of this pandemic, its continued impact on the regional, our domestic, and the world economies, it is out of our control. It is something that the world as a whole has to work out. All we can do, and all that we can reasonably be expected to do, is to make sure in this storm that this little boat we got, called the Bahamas, don't get overrun, don't turn over, okay, and don't sink. That's our job. That is a job that is being effectively done by our great pilot, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, the Most Honorable the Prime Minister, with his able first mate, our Minister of Finance, both of whom are doing an exemplary job in the most trying of circumstances. The difficulty is, Dorian was bad enough, but COVID is an unmitigated, virulent threat to everything we hold dear. And so, we have to have a balanced approach to all we do. We have to keep our guard up at all times, and we have to keep this ship sailing in the right direction. With God's help, and we keep the faith, no matter how trying, no matter how perilous, no matter how bad it may seem. Have faith, because He will make a way somehow for all who believe. On that note, Madam President, I now beg to move that the question now be put.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2020 and ending 30th of June 2021. As many as are in favor?
Aye. Second to be read, second.
Oh, no. Yeah, but that's what I'm doing. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2020 and ending 30th of June 2021.
Each one.
For the second reading.
For the second readings.
Madam President, I move second reading in committee of a bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $515,524,579 going towards defraying expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2021. Do I a second?
Madam President, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $515,524,579 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th June 2021 be read a second time and committed. As many as are in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill, for the second readings, right? Bill, second time and committed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $515,524,579 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2021.
For the second readings?
Yes, Madam President. I move second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
Madam President, I second. It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act be read a second time and committed. As many as are in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
For the second readings?
Yes, Madam President. I move second reading and committal of the bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
Madam President, I second. It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Excise Act be read a second time and committed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
For the second readings?
Yes, Madam President. I move second reading and committal for a bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act be read a second time and committed. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
For the second reading?
Madam President, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act be read a second time and committed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
Come on, guys. For the second readings.
Yes, Madam President. I move second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
Arise a second. It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act be read a second time and committed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
For the second readings?
Yes, Madam President. I move second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Business License Act.
Arise a second. It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Business License Act be read a second time and committed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a second time and committed. For the second
A
reading.
bill for an act to amend the Business License Act.
For the second reading.
Beg leave to move for a second reading and middle, bill for an act to amend real property tax act. If I can get a second.
Rice is second. It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act be read a second time and committed. As many? Aye. Those all against? Nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
For the second readings.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to read to move for the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act. If I can get a second.
Madam President, I second.
Second reading and committal, Madam President.
A bill for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act be read a second time and committed. All those in favor, aye. Those against, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act.
For the second readings.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to move for second reading and committal a bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act. If I can get seconded.
Rice is second. A bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act be read a second time and committed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The bill to be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act.
For the second readings.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to move for second reading and committal a bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act. If I can get a second.
It has been a bill has been moved and seconded. A bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act be read a second time and committed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to move for second reading and committal a bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act. If I can get a second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act be read a second time and committed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act.
For the second readings.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to move for second reading and committal a bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Resources Jurisdiction and Conservation Act. If I may obtain a second.
Madam President, I rise to second. It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Resources Jurisdiction and Conservation Act be read a second time and committed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Resources Jurisdiction and Conservation Act.
Further second readings. Yeah, that was the last one. Okay.
Madam Chairman, that the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole and that the Vice President takes the chair.
It has been moved and seconded that the Senate resolve itself into Committee of the Whole with the Vice President in the chair. As many as are in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The Senate will now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole with the Vice President in the chair.
You need to cut that down. Who could cut this down? You need to cut down.
Mike, do you know what the numbers are? Yeah. Okay.
I gotta see that first.
Just let me know. And then when I'll read up and then we go from there. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that the long title of a bill for an act long title, short title, right?
Yeah, long title first, then short title.
Right, okay. Yeah. I'm going to revenue account first because we're going to stop here and go through the heads because this is the critical thing. And that's what, yeah, right. Okay, I beg leave to move, Madam Chair, for that the long title of a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money fund towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st July 2020 and ending 30th June 2021 be agreed. That's a long title. Second?
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg leave to move that the short title of the bill be agreed. Can we maintain a second?
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed nay. The ayes have it. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Okay. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move now. This is the point where we go through the heads, so we go head by head. But if there's no questions, we'll take them in blocks. Where's your next? Where's your five? Okay, so 1 to 4. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that that heads 1, 2, 3, and 4, being Governor General and Staff, the Senate, House of Assembly, Department of the Auditor General, be agreed. If I may obtain a second.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that heads 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed nay. The ayes have it. Heads 1, 2, 3, and 4 are agreed.
5, public service. Okay, Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 5 be agreed.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 5 be agreed. As many. Chair recognizes Senator
Thank you so much,
Dalbo.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in head 5, we're looking at, could I have the table here, the podium here, because my eyesight. You ain't gonna go like this. Sorry, but that I guess it let you know my age.
That's the perfect.
Yeah. Thank you. I think I gotta have this closer to me. Yes. Okay. So we're looking at item number 211102, and it's salary contract workers. We noticed in 2019-2020 there was a sum of $340,900, and in this year's budget you have an increase of a few $1 million to $3.340900. Our question is, in view of the fact that the IMF has clearly indicated that we need to watch our wage bill, we notice that contract workers are being increased, and we need to know why we have this large sum for contract workers.
I'm going to get back to you on that one.
Okay, we'll move on. I'd like to move on now to rent in the same bill. We have 251128. and is fees and other charges. In 2019, 2020, there was a sum of 96,000. It is now 368,000. We want to know why that's an increase.
Number again,
22551128 under rent. 28 fees and other charges. We want to know the other charges because there's almost a threefold increase in that particular line, and we want to know exactly why.
we'd have to get back to you on that.
Wow.
Because you know the sound of this is not here.
No, we understand, but we would like to know because exactly. Yes, they were actually the two questions under head 5, and my next head would be head number 6, Cabinet Office.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded.
It's been moved and seconded that head 5 be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed nay. The ayes have it. Head 5 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 6 be agreed.
Yes, thank you so much.
Seconded.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that head 6 be agreed.
Yes.
As many.
Thank you so much.
Senator
ma'am.
Dalvo.
Yes, it's under personal emoluments again, and we're looking at 2111101, and it shows that there is an increase in salary of permanent and pensionable in the Cabinet Office. We want to know that again. Watching the wage bill, we are concerned about new hires. Is this new hires, or is this as a result of?
101 honorary, 211.
It's a wage right there on head 6, the number one item.
Okay. 2111100.
Salary, permanent and pensionable. Yes,
Right.
there's an increase, and we want to know why. Are you hiring new staff?
Maybe that's $100,000.
Yes, that's important. That could be 5 people.
Well, we're not aware of it, but it's, you know, the street fund. Yeah, they're not here. COVID, they can't be here. Right. This is such an infinitesimal increase.
No. $100,000 is not infinite because that can be 5 people. That can be 5 people, and we need to know. Because it can load up. No, it can load up the public service.
Oh, please.
At an entry level.
Oh, please.
I would think this is to accommodate new persons who have come in who are on the other ministries' payrolls, and they've been like for example, there is a new PS. There's a new PS in the Cabinet Office, so this is probably to accommodate her salary from another ministry. So you probably see the reduction in another
No,
ministry.
there's an increase of almost $100,000. That cannot accommodate a PS because a PS don't make that kind of money.
No, I'm saying that's probably part of the justification, and it could be, but there's no intention, as to my knowledge, to hire.
There's no new
This
hires.
is probably transfers from one area to another area. So
Okay,
they just
so
moving the
I
money.
want to make this.
They just moving the money around.
No, we just want to know, AG,
Can I
is
make it
there's
clear?
new hires.
No, the policy is that there are not going to be any new hires unless there is a natural attrition, either resignation or otherwise, and a vacancy is created. That is the policy for this year. Now, that is not to say that there is not going to be the flexibility to take on persons on contract for specific periods to perform specific tasks. Okay? But in terms of public service engagement, in the formal public service, the overall policy now is to seek to restrain new hires except in critical agencies. And the critical agencies being like corrections, immigration, police, defense force, nurses, etc. In those critical areas, I think there will be some flexibility, but broadly speaking, the policy as I understand it to be today is one of natural attrition, no engagement, new engagement without a vacancy that has arisen. You fill a vacancy as it arises.
I'm glad you mentioned this because there was one of the employees of one of these agencies was supposed to be put on permanent and pensionable. And this is about the policy. So they got a letter back from the permanent secretary saying that this was being denied because there's a government policy that no one is being put on permanent and pensionable and everyone is being put on contract. Is that government policy now?
This is a short-term provision that is really dealing with this period of the emergency and the immediate aftermath until we can get some sense of where the economy is going. So the basic understanding I have is that no new engagements to the PNP, if you will. And that is why I did say, except in critical areas, and also that there is a certain flexibility to bring on persons who are on contracts. Now, the consequence of not, and let me say this, we have made efforts to bring in the 52-week program persons, and a number of them have been brought in. So it's only being delayed, it's not being denied. It's just a temporary measure right now to try and stabilize public service engagements until we see where everything is going. Okay?
Well, thank you so much for that, AG, because we need that degree of comfort because anytime we see permanent and pensionable personal emoluments going up, it creates a degree of suspicion, and we just need clarity. Thank you.
Oh, there's a general, there's a
That's
general
right. We just appreciate that. Yeah. Head number 7.
Yeah, but I just want to make it clear that, there's a general global provisions section in the Public Service Ministry. That is the ministry, that is the provision used for new hires into the public service. So don't worry about that. Okay. So 6 first.
Senators, it's been moved and seconded that head 6 be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed nay. The ayes have it. Head 6 is agreed.
Okay. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 7 of the schedule be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 7 be agreed. As many
Okay. Let's go.
as
Yeah, head 7, that's me. Okay.
Senator Colby
Thank
Davis.
you, Madam Chair. I am at line item number 2251-337, operation of facilities and other services. I see that this has increased by 1.4 million. And my question is, can there be an explanation for the increase and what this increase entails? What falls under that operation of facilities? 2251-337. Page 54. 2251.
Yeah, 337. Oh, it's like, oh, there we go. 337. Which item? Head 15? Item 15?
2251-337.
50.
Operation of facilities and other services.
Yes.
Yes.
Dash 15, yes. These funds are necessary to facilitate the payments of the monthly obligations of shredding, scanning, storage of documents with companies such as Rentokil, Bayshore Management. Let me explain what happened.
1.4 million?
No. 1.6 is what I have.
Yes, but it jumped.
It doesn't matter, because just in the last year, when in 2015 the former government evacuated the post office building, and we made the move into Thompson Boulevard, the Paul L. Adley building. Many historic files, among them extradition files, that were current in some cases, and a whole lot of other very sensitive documents were left both in the actual post office building itself and also in the annex where they had the Commission of Inquiry building and Coroner's Court in Royal Victoria Gardens, Mouldering. So we had to bring in these teams to disinfect these files, to cleanse every single bit of paper, and then to repackage them and store them. They had to be cataloged and everything else. And so that is what is happening here. And that's this extra cost, is to preserve our documents until such time as we can have them all properly scanned and cataloged. And some of them, because they are, and then there's a further, so there's that capital cost that has been added to our load, if you will, until such time as the files are no longer active, because we don't quite, although we're talking about moving to the digital, whatever, in terms of documents, we still have to have the actual documents in a number of, particularly criminal matters, etc. Okay, up to this point in time. Also, we have an extra in this we have the monies that are in there that add to this increase are for the operation of the Register of Beneficial Ownership system, the BOSS. So that would involve, regulatory aspects and everything else that add a lot to it and a lot of costs in terms of there are certain monthly license fees that are paid, etc. Okay?
It's been moved and seconded that head 7 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 7 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave now to move that head 8 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 8 be agreed.
Okay,
As many, Senator Mitchell.
So we're just looking at this line item, and I just wanted to ask a question about the courts. Salary, permanent, and pensionable. There's a jump of about $500,000.
The reason.
And then there's a specific thing I want to ask you.
Okay. Well, I can answer that off my head.
Okay, good.
Last year there was a special allocation made to at the request of the Honorable the Chief Justice for an allocation of $1 million for certain special projects like the digitization, providing laptops to all of the judiciary, etc., and other special. One of which is the hiring of clerks for the justices. So it's something that was done informally. Yes, legally trained counsel and attorneys will be able to come in and be engaged as clerks, and it will cost $500,000, their salaries and everything else. And so the person's, put in their resume, clerk to the Honorable Mr. Justice so-and-so for so-and-so years. As they do in the United States and other jurisdictions, it's actually a badge of honor. And it is also a great help to the judiciary. You know how it is in today's world with all the digital stuff and everything else. It's still very difficult for judges to find time to go all day through a case, then go and do research. And so with the assistance of clerks, it will take a little bit of the load off the judiciary.
Okay. The specific thing I have is there is a report, because this is an increase, that we fought a long time to get a permanent magistrate exhumed. I understand that the permanent magistrate is going to be shut down.
Yes.
And there's going to be a circuit magistrate for exhumers.
Yes.
The problem with that is, it's this argument about efficiency and digitization, but exhumer is developed to the point where it needs a magistrate who's there. And a circuit magistrate is not appropriate, let me use that, for that district. We fought a long time during our administration to get someone permanently there. It made it, with the boost of exhumers economy, the crime became more sophisticated. The fact that a magistrate was there helped to tamp it down, and the residents there were very pleased. So they fought again once the magistrate retired to have another magistrate come. Now the thing is going backwards because it's now going to be dealt with by circuit. So I just wanted to raise that. That's a very important issue for that community.
But I sat back and listened very carefully, sir, to your choice of phraseology. And I laughed because I said, yes, I know why you would have to fight for it, because it's not a matter of government fiat, because it is within the purview of the judiciary, and it's really for them to deploy. But I will certainly take your concerns and your reasoning and the logic of what you're saying, and speak to the powers that be. As I indicated, that the overall issues of judicial independence is something, and that implies the ability to deploy. But I will certainly raise the issue from your perspective. I hadn't thought of it that way, but like I said, I didn't make any decision. I only get informed of.
No, I was
surprised.
I was, I understand that I was not dealing with, because the Chief Justice, of course, is qua administrative with regard to the deployment, and you are the liaison with the government on those matters. So I meant to plant that in your ear.
No, I know, and I thank you for it. Of course, you know that there has to be consultation and discussion with the chief magistrate, but it's not for me to go down in the sense that it would be insulting to the Chief Justice if I were to have that level of consultation. I will speak with the CJ, and we'll see where it ends up. I will express to him your concerns and the principles that underlie it, and then we'll see what he determines. Okay.
Madam Chair, I also have one question under the same head, 8.
Go ahead.
At line number 272-1108, entitled Legal Aid. I just noticed a decline in this budget at $200,000. I just needed clarification because it's such a good cause to help.
No, I understand that, but bear in mind that the two principles of budgeting: how much you've actually spent, and you look and so you may have been given more last year, but you only needed that amount. So you look at the provisional actuals for the previous year, and that would be a guide. But also bear in mind that as I said in my remarks, the advent of the office of the public defender has really taken the place of crown briefs in many cases, in the sense that the judiciary use it much more for other things, and they reserve this crown brief money only for crown cases, murder. And so, I just think it's not needed, and therefore, but once again, I will speak with the CJ and see if he's comfortable with it, because I can't imagine that anything is in this budget that he did not sign off on. Okay?
As many as are in favor that clause 8 be agreed, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that clauses 9, 10, and 10 be agreed, because 11 is the next one, right? Yes. 9 and 10 be agreed. Second?
It's been moved and seconded that clauses 9 and 10 be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Clause 9 and 10 are agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that clause 11 be agreed. Item 11 be agreed.
President, I rise a second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 11 be agreed. As many, Senator.
Yes, thank you
Gallo.
so much. Right under person emoluments again, we're looking at 211102, salary of contract workers.
Yes.
Last year, there was a lower allocation. This year, you have 220,500. Could you explain that to us? Because there is an increase. Are we bringing on some additional contractual workers at the Correctional Services, Department of Correctional Services?
Yes, obviously.
Why?
It seems so. Well, that's why you hear one person gives the amount. So, only $40,000.
I mean, they are at.
They must have an intended contract that they would enter into. I know that, there are a number of new functions that will have to be accommodated by the Department of Corrections, directly connected with the introduction and operation operation of the bail management system, whereby one of the functions, as I indicated in my remarks, is that prisoners are going to have the ability and the availability of the system to make their own applications for bail.
As many as are in favor that clause 11 be agreed, say aye. Head 11 be agreed. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 11 is agreed.
Madam Chair. The chaplain.
That was for the chaplain?
That's for the chaplain. Okay.
So you got two chaplains?
No.
There's one already there now.
It's an additional chaplain.
That's what they said, a chaplain? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, the reason why we have
He may have been given a slightly better stipend or emolument, who knows. Okay, Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 12 be agreed.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that head 12 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 12 is agreed.
That's cool.
Someone had a question on parliamentary registration?
No.
It's agreed.
Oh, 13. Oh, okay. Madam Chair, I beg to leave beg to move that head 12 be agreed.
Head 13?
No, you did 12 already?
13.
Okay. I move that head 13 be agreed. If I may, 10 seconds.
Madam President, I second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 13 be agreed. As many. Senator Mitchell?
Yeah, I was searching this head because in the past, the actual offices of foreign affairs overseas were delineated, and there used to be a line item which said how much was allocated for each office, but I couldn't find that here, so I just wondered if you could assist.
Is there global
We searched the annex as well, and couldn't seem to find it, but the offices overseas, because we established several offices, Washington, New York, and each of them had an allocation.
Well,
The question is,
if that was so,
are they continuing?
that must have happened in previous budgets because there's nothing that's zeroed out here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I
So
mean,
I was searching for it to find out.
It may have been
because I want to find out whether any offices are being abolished. That's the question. Because and so I wanted to find that whether or not these offices do have items for them.
Well, we'll have to get back. That would be an in-house detail because it would seem to me that if you don't have a bunch of zeros in an item, right, that it hasn't been in previous budgets. So
No, right. I mean, last year you could go and find office for Washington, office for New York.
We'll get the information. We'll get the information for you.
As many as are in favor that head 13 be agreed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 13 is agreed.
Just 14?
14.
One in Lima?
No. It's only a couple of things, not a lot, but it's just a couple of things, and you'll see why we want this one.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 14 be agreed. I rise to second, Madam President.
It's been moved and seconded that head 14 be agreed. As many as are in favor.
Yes.
Senator Dalbo.
Thank you so much, Madam President. We're back on personal emoluments again, and we're looking at the Prime Minister's budget.
Yes.
We're looking at salary, permanent, and pensionable. We can see a significant increase there. We need some justification, but we go to salary of contract workers. We have a sum that went from $758,950 to about $1.5 million.
Yeah.
We want to know how many people the Prime Minister's office is taking on, and these contract workers, what would be their functions?
Yeah.
Please, give it to me.
Yes. Yeah. What this reflects is persons who were actually hired during the last fiscal period, as you know that the office.
How many?
Well, we'll get you the exact number, but they are already on the payroll.
They're already on the payroll.
Yeah, we'll get you the number of the contract persons being contracted. As you would know.
in?
Yeah, I was going to make this point. That it's not all new hires.
Revenue, not new hires.
No, exactly. You would probably find, in respect of most of them, you would find a corresponding decrease in some other ministries' allocations for PNP, etc. So it's not a bunch of new hires. People are being transferred in all the time according to where the expertise is needed, and that is how it works.
Next one. We want to look at 225115 consultancy services. This is still under the Prime Minister's office. This is page 73.
115?
Yeah, 73 under services. And we want to know that consultancy service, that increase. What is that increase about?
225. No. It's 225.
111115. Yeah. We want to know that consultancy. Is that a local consultancy or is that someone coming in from abroad? It does make a lot of difference to us. Absolutely. Very important.
Madam President, the increase represents the proposed restructuring of the Bahamas Investment Authority and the communication unit. Also, the funds have been earmarked for private land surveying in the Family Islands, and this is also a part of the land reform and land registry program.
So it's private surveying. You're not going to use the local government surveyors. You're going to use private or they
No. Unfortunately, the relative uncompetitiveness of public service salaries means that the Lands and Surveys Department has been stripped of most of is very short-staffed, is unable to do the kind of volume of work that is required, and so we have to engage.
As many as are in favor that head 14 be agreed, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 14 is agreed.
18. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that heads 16 and 17 be agreed. If I may obtain a second.
Madam President,
16 and 17. 15 doesn't exist anymore.
It's been moved and seconded that heads 16 and 17 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. Heads 16 and 17 are agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 18 be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise.
It's been moved and seconded that head 18 be agreed. As many as are in favor, Senator Sweeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am at 226-1199, miscellaneous Family Island Capital Projects.
Yes.
As I spoke about in my debate, along with my good Senator NFA Knowles, our passion from the Family Islands always comes out in our debate. So here I was wondering why the budget for miscellaneous Family Island capital projects was reduced from 712,000 to 570,000. Is it that some capital projects will not be continued, or?
No. Madam President, the funding that was in the budget for 2020-2021 is adequately, what's in here now is adequate for what to continue the projects that were existing. So there's no cut in any of the projects, but the funding is adequate.
Remember the prop policy, the principle of budgeting, that in hard times you look at what was actually utilized the year before, and you see? Yes.
As many as are in favor that head 18 be agreed, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 18 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move the heads 19 and 20 be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that heads 19 and 20 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. Heads 19 and 20 are agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 21 be agreed.
Madam Chair, I second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 21 be agreed. As many as Senator Dalville.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Here, 21, Ministry of Finance. We want to go to operational expenses, and we want to go to 2281104, and it has to do with tax reform. We notice that there's an increase. We want to know exactly that practically $2.5 million increase. Why is the increase here? And is it to put in additional infrastructure for tax collection? Please explain that for us.
Madam President, just let me get back to him on that one, please.
Okay, and then I move on to 2282108. It has to do with the National Drug Plan arrears.
Yes.
I know we went from 16 million to 17 million. I just need some clarification on that because I was under the impression that we were okay.
I know these things.
Yeah,
Yes,
I need some clarification on that because I noticed if you really were to scout over all the way to 2020 and 2023, it continues on for about 17 million. I just need to know just some clarification on that.
Do we have anything similar? No? No.
Yeah,
228. It's on page
2112.
2282108, National Drug Plan 2108. The drug plan arrears.
Arrears.
That's
The arrears?
there.
Okay, but the reason why I'm asking that is because if we go over to grants, you will find 2721112, and it says the National Drug Plan, which is $18 million, and that also increased almost by $1 million. And so I need some clarification. I know we have the arrears, and then we have the plan. We're noticing that the amount for the arrears has increased and the amount for the plan has increased. And so I need some clarification on that because that is not the normal trend.
No.
The plan is 2721112.
Yeah, that's on page 89.
Yeah, I need some clarification
right
on
at
that, ministers.
Page 89 right at the top.
Are we adding additional drugs to the plan? Is there a problem? With purchasing the drugs? Did the price of the drugs go up? Are the suppliers asking for more? Is it the generic type now changing?
That seems to be a rather detailed.
No, I just want some
I understand
idea.
that. I understand what you're saying, and we'll have to get back to you on that because that seems to be rather technical. Although what I do believe is occurring with regard to the arrears is they're sort of pinning an upper limit figure because it continues for the next 3 years, 17 million. So they're putting an upper limit figure. Now obviously they don't expect to go above it to settle the arrears in every year. So I think they just, for convenience, putting a standard figure. Now with regard to the actual proposed increases in the allocation for the actual National Drug Plan, I think we can get you the answer to that. Okay? Okay.
Yes, and then I want to go on to 2721907, and it's special economic assistance measures. This was brought up down in the lower house, and we need some clarification because it's a huge sum of 68 million, and we need some sort of understanding what that 68 million is.
Minister Thompson is confirming it. But my understanding is that this is the result of any losses or intervention the government may have to make as a result of COVID-19. For example, the unemployment benefit that we're going to give the national insurance of 48 million for the 13 weeks, the additional that would come out of that. Any additional monies we have to give to state-owned enterprises because of the shortfall that they may have would come out of this. Okay? Right. So I was right.
Yes, because that stands out, and I think. Yeah, I know, but with some degree of clarification and not just broad topics, because it means now that you have a fund that you could do anything you want with. and go to it and take out what you need to take out. And that's a slush fund.
Doctor.
No, you can't just throw that
That's
fund
an
on us like
improper.
that. No, man.
That is an improper suggestion
No.
because, as you would well know, every item of expenditure that is drawn down from the public treasury has to be carefully documented and carefully justified. So please, don't say, "Oh, that stuff I just go take out what you want it for." That is absolute. That isn't.
No, I didn't say
For an
take it for
experienced
yourself.
minister
No,
like
no,
you,
no,
sir.
I'm not saying take it for
No,
yourself. I
it's
mean,
slush
if whatever
fund even.
policy or whatever program you choose,
Any
and it could be higher.
for any expenditure.
Yes.
Okay.
It could be people.
No. Well, first of all, it people may benefit. Okay.
I didn't
The
say. I
intentions
would
will
like to
benefit.
know if it's people.
Okay.
It may be a good thing.
But the point is, you well know, sir, that any kind of drawdown of public funds must be properly documented. And if you aren't prepared to document it, your public service will document it for you.
I'd like to move on. Yes. Yeah.
I did get a response on the arrears.
Oh, the res?
On the arrears. The arrears.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit.
These are historical arrears over several years.
Right, true.
So over a long
NIB.
period of time. So that's why the funding is there to cover the historical arrears.
Yes, no. The point there was, I know what the res are for, but I'm saying what is there is an additional 1 million. I was asking about the
That's
increase.
not the arrears, that's in what you're saying.
But that is in the arrears.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, okay.
No,
Let me move on.
They just put a cap on it.
I'll move on. We want to look at 2821116, and this is this is still here 21, and we are now looking at $3.9 million that has put in place for these projects. Clear that for me, Sandri. Please, yes. I need some. Yeah. That's not capital. This is not capital. This is revenue.
This was transferred from Head 3 over to Finances Head.
It was transferred?
Yes. So you go to Head 3, you'll see it's zeroed out.
Can we move on? As many as are in favor that Head 21 be agreed, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 21 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that Heads 22 and 23, he wants 24, right? Be agreed. If I may obtain a seconder.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that Heads 22 and 23 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Heads 22 and 23 are agreed.
Yeah, I know you're coming with. Madam Chair, I beg. Wait.
So, just to answer.
You got the issue on the
chronic disease plan, not the arrears. This is the arrears plan. This is to fund the increase in chronic diseases and new persons who they anticipate to come on the plan.
Thank you so much.
That's in the National Drug Plan.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, new claimants.
New people
New persons
on.
who are.
Yes.
Yeah, not new hires, new persons.
No, we know people with illnesses.
Right.
Okay, all right. Because usually there's a natural process. Those who have chronic non-communicable diseases who later die, they fall away and the new one comes on, and so it usually keeps the plan floating around the same amount. And that is an indication that we're having a problem with chronic non-communicable diseases, which is very justifiable. Yes, if it increases, which is a marker for people in healthcare to know that our primary healthcare services are not functioning effectively.
No,
and could be justifiable for the national insurance.
Not that the primary healthcare facilities aren't functioning, but that morbidities or comorbidities, if you will, you want to call them, are increasing due to lifestyle choices, and we have to address those. It may tell us where we have to focus, but it doesn't point to any failure of the system, is all I'm saying. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move now for, you want Head 24. That Head 24 be agreed. Department of Statistics.
Madam Chair, I second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 24 be agreed. As many, Senator Colby Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am at line item 2112-199, other allowances. And I'm just wondering if this is to assist with an upcoming census that is long overdue, just for clarification.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that's exactly what it is. It is stipends for the enumerators,
Exactly.
for the labor force and the census project.
Good, long overdue.
As many as are in favor that head 24 be agreed.
You realize that COVID has had an impact, and there will be
We have no problem, but we're glad to see it here.
there will be, but there are consequential delays. So the census isn't going to be starting right away. Thanks.
As many as are in favor that head 24 be agreed, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 24 is agreed.
Okay, Madam Chair, they agreed to move that heads 20, only head 28 be agreed because 29 is a leading question. Head 28 be agreed, if I may obtain a
Is there a
second.
second?
There's
It's not here anymore.
colleagues, you have to follow this, that some of the heads have been removed, and so they're odd numbers. They don't all follow correctly. Okay? Okay. One day we'll just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but when you're changing things, they change.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I rise a second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 28 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 28 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg you to move the head 29 be agreed.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that head 29 be agreed. As many.
Thank you so much,
Dr.
Madam.
Dalvo.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman.
Senator Dalvo.
211102, salary contract workers. Because we are noticing an increase in salary contract workers. Please clarify how many people are coming on. We are concerned about it because we need to know about the jobs. We need to know so that everyone will get an equal opportunity to go after them.
Madam President, the information that I have is that this amount is for the increase to accommodate new staff. I don't have information with respect to how many, or I don't have information with respect to who that staff is, but the information I have is it is to accommodate new staff.
Yes. Thank you so much, Minister. And we would like to know that when those jobs become available, that people will know about them and there would not be a selective process, but a general process. That's the only thing we're concerned about, that every Bahamian who's qualified have an equal opportunity for those jobs.
But of course.
Thank you so much. We move on to the next one, 225-1345, and it's closed circuit television. We realize that there is an item of about $1.6 million, and we know that the importance of closed circuit television. We're trying to get an idea. The program is ongoing, and no, I know. I'm just saying because I'm trying to get an idea of where these circuits going to be, because I know the program's ongoing. It's that it is passed through many different governments. I know, but which section?
They will be all over the island based upon the determination by the appropriate authority, being the police and the minister. As to the police will determine where their hotspots are, and everybody will agree wherever we're told by the technical people. But I can't tell you now where.
There's no idea, no section. It's not. I thought it was basically on sections of the.
I'm not sure we should speculate on the operational aspects of the police. They will indicate the areas where they feel that these closed circuit TVs would be
No, the reason why I'm
effectively
asking that is
deployed.
because there's a need for some in Grand Bahama.
We don't know. Well, we don't know, but Grand Bahama will never get the short end of the stick.
Where's going to be, Minister?
You get this. You get fairly unequal treatment.
But you say it's included. You say it's included. In Freeport? They're included in Freeport? Freeport. Thank you so much. That's what I want to know because, yeah, we want to know if it's in Freeport.
As many as are in favor that head 29 be agreed, say aye. Those opposed, nay. Head 29 is agreed.
Next one, Doc.
31.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 30 be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 30 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. Head 30 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 31 be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 31 be agreed. As many,
Thank you
Dr.
so much.
Dalvo.
Yes, we are still under wage and salaries, and we go to 211-2131, and it is reserve allowances. We notice that there is a drop of about $1 million. Does it mean that we are not pulling on the reserve, the police reserves, or does it mean that the new hires in the police force is more important than the reserve that presently exists? Could you clarify that for me, please?
Madam President, again, what I've been advised is that the adjustment aligns with the planned restructuring of the shift system.
The shift system.
The shift
for the
system.
reserves.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, because a few people were inquiring about the reserves, and I'm glad that people are listening. It's a restructuring of the shift system. Also, I'm looking at 221-11101, salaries of permanent and pensionable. There is an increase of roughly 2.8 million. Now, I know that there is a lot of police recruits. New recruits. And so I just want it to know it's for new recruits. Thank you so much. Okay. That's what I want to know.
I told you, certain agencies are essential.
Okay. I'm going to leave that question. We go here.
As many as are in favor that head 31 be agreed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Head 31 is agreed.
Madam.
33.
Madam Chair, I thought the good Senator, the doctor, was you got to ease up off us a little bit, but anyway, he's going at this 1-1. So let's see. May I move that head 32 of the schedule be agreed? Head 32.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 32 be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Head 32 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 33 be agreed.
Is there a second?
Madam Vice Secretary.
It's been moved and seconded that head 33 be agreed. As many.
Thank you so much, Madam
Senator
President.
Dalvo.
We are on personal emoluments, and we're looking at contract salary for contract workers. That has increased as well, and that number is 2111102. And it has to do with the wage bill. We're noticing all these increases with contract workers, and we have to control our wage bill, but we need to know exactly what are those increases are. Please.
No. I think these are new engineers. Recently, we agreed to the engagement of several Bahamian engineers in the Ministry of Works and the several agencies, and so this would reflect their. To the best of my information, this would reflect
new engineers coming on.
Yes, Bahamian engineers. Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Then we go to 2511205, and this is the allocation for the Water and Sewage Corporation. That's still under Ministry of Public Works, and it's the Water and Sewage Corporation allocation. It has decreased by $5 million. 2511205. Yes, I just need to know because there's a $5 million decrease.
Where is it? Let me see. Read the number again, please.
2511205. Water and sewage, yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. No, I said it's a decrease, and I want to know why it is a decrease. Yeah, don't have to be increase. No, it was a decrease. No, decrease.
Operation facilities.
Development project. Water and sewage operation development policy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Were you okay? Hold on a second. Let's see.
State-owned enterprises just cut them $5 million.
Madam President, again, what I've been advised of is that the reduction aligns with the new policy regarding state-owned enterprises.
We go to
As many as are in favor that head 33 be agreed, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 33 is agreed.
May I, Madam Chair, move that head 34 be agreed. You want to move on head
35, Ministry of Education.
34 be agreed.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that head 34 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 34 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that head 35 be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise a second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 35 be agreed. As many as are in favor, Senator Colby Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am at line item 2721104, National Lunch Program.
That's what I'm saying.
21104.
Yeah, I got you. My finger's on it.
Page 122. Yes, I noticed that the amount has decreased by 2 million, and I'm just wondering what was the reason for decreasing a program of this nature that is so important for families and the assistance needed.
Again, Madam President, what I've been advised of is that the provision
Actual expenditure.
increase 686,000 to adequately fund planned and anticipated assistance to eligible students in the Providence and in the Family Island. So what I understand is that these funds are adequate to be able to fund the students that
increased by 600,000.
That is on the plan.
No, you said it increased.
I believe what they're saying is prior to this budget, there was an increase. However, the budget now is adequately funded to be able to cover the students that are eligible for the plan. That's the information that I've been
If I might say this,
advised of.
if I might say this is an example of from what we're being told of budgeting based on previous year's expenditure. So it looks like it was a big drop, but really you were saying it's what was spent last year. Of course, should there and in education, you know, there are always changes. Should changes be required, the one thing we will not suffer will be the school lunch program.
Yes, I have here also 2251205, and it has to do the school bus contracts. The school bus contract is actually decreased by almost $3 million, and I need 2.5 or 2.6 million.
No, I'm trying to get you on
2251205. The school bus contracts. It was 9.2 million in the last year's budget, and it's decreased to 6.9 million. And we're trying to find out why, because of now with COVID-19 and the social distancing, the buses may have to do more than one pickup because the bus can't be packed.
Yeah, but this actually reflects the actual amount of money that is needed. If you notice, for the first 9 months, only $4 million was spent from July to March.
Right.
Is there? So this actually.
No. The reason why that wasn't spent is because we've been locked down for 3+ months, and the schools were not being utilized, so the monies were not.
From July last year to March this year, we were not locked down.
We locked down in March.
Only $4 million was spent.
Right.
So this amount actually reflects the amount that's needed.
Yeah, you see, the reason why this is important because the school bus program, they are residents and they are bus drivers and contractors who have not been paid. Yes, no, you see, they have not been paid. You see, the point that I'm making is there are some people with bus contracts who still have monies outstanding to them. And so this figure is not reflective because some of the vendors have not been paid. And so we need to have this checked out because we have been informed in Grand Bahama that some of the vendors have not been paid.
Yeah, you'd appreciate that sometimes it's not a perfect thing. You may have
I agree.
invoices submitted to the ministry that are not processed in time to make it up to finance. These things happen. Whatever we owe, we pay.
But yes, AGDs are small contractors. You need to do better and pay them more efficiently. We know all these things on your mind.
As many as are in favor that head 35 be agreed, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 35 is agreed.
No, we still don't. 38. These people, man.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 37 be agreed. If I may take a second.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 37 be agreed.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. I'm glad you've expanded your research by one hand. May I revise the motion? Yeah. No, 37, 38. There's 30.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
Yeah, 38. And 40. We did 38. Yeah, we did 38. Yeah. Okay. He's one-wanting us to death right now. Okay. That's okay. I beg leave to move that head 40 be agreed. That's it.
Madam Chair, I rise to second that also.
Hold a second, yeah. Okay. We did 35. Yeah, we did that. No? No.
No, we didn't.
I thought you put the question.
No, we didn't.
No. Let's break this. I'm not gonna, okay. Let's just make sure we've agreed every head. I move that heads 37, 38, and 40 be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that heads 37, 38, and 40 be agreed.
Right.
As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Heads 37, 38, and 40 are agreed.
Okay, Madam Chair. Yes, no, sir.
Sorry, Madam President, I've gotten a clearer answer with respect to the school busing contracts and the school lunch. The funding for last year's budget, or where we are now, included an additional amount for Hurricane Dorian. So in the supplemental budget, there was additional funding that was put inside this budget. So it appears as though there was a reduction, but there really was not a reduction because we had increased the funding last year to cover Hurricane Dorian expenses. So the only thing they're doing now is putting it back to the level that it was originally. So there's no reduction really in for lunch program, and there's no reduction for the busing contracts. And I just want to make that clear.
Thank you.
That there's no reduction in any of those ads.
Thank you so much, Minister. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, I will say it. Okay. Okay, now, so it's been moved and seconded.
It's been moved and seconded that heads 37, 38, and 40 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. Heads 37, 38, and 40 are agreed.
Madam Chair, the members opposite have worked us so hard. I think I would just wish to, for a
Halfway
moment.
through.
Yes, but one step at a time, for which I commend you. But can we just move that the committee be suspended for 5 minutes? Just.
Chair Rice, second.
It's been moved and seconded that the committee suspends for 5 minutes. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The business of the committee is suspended for 5 minutes. It's agreed.
No, I let it go because we already talked about it. Yeah, we can go ahead. What's wrong?
Okay, so put the question.
She said it was agreed.
Oh, it's great. Okay.
We already put the question.
You want to go to head 44?
Head 44. Yeah.
Okay.
He told me what it was.
All right. Very good.
Ask him in advance.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move that head 44 of the schedule be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 44 be agreed. As many as are in favor, Dr.
Thank you so
Senator
much.
Dalvo.
Yes, we go to item number 2251111, security contracts. And we noticed that there's a double amount. It went from 220,000 to 483,000. I need to get some clarification on what type of security contract is this?
Right here. Security service contracts.
Yes, I want to know.
On page 135.
Yeah, because we've been looking from 2018 and then all of a sudden it has this double amount and we need to get some clarification.
I can tell you.
It hasn't changed?
No.
Okay, clarify.
Madam President, this allocation is to provide security and fire alarm services for the Department of Social Services and other social services centers. So the funding was previously under head 5, and so they've transferred it over into this
And
area.
we remember that we have a number of facilities.
Those are in favor that head 44 be agreed, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 44 is agreed.
Which the next one, Doctor?
We're gonna go on to we're gonna go on to we want to go on 47 47
47.
47.
Man, I thought you were saying 74.
No. Go straight to you. yeah, because
Lord, okay.
one question.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move that head 45 be agreed.
Madam, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 45 be agreed. As many as are in favor, Senator Dalbo.
47? We on 47?
We're on 44.
No, I
We
told you.
agreed for 45, and now I go.
You said 47.
I now move that head 47 be agreed.
No, we haven't voted on 45.
Oh, I thought he jumped. Oh, that's what happened. Yeah, okay.
As many as are in favor that head 45 be agreed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 45 is agreed.
I now move that head 47 be agreed. Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture.
I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 47 be agreed. As many.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Madam Chair, sorry. We're looking at item 2821627, self-starter program. There's a decrease from 1.2 million to 672,000. And we thought it was such an excellent program because it was so good to assist young people. And we noticed that there's a reduction, and we're trying to get an idea. Why would you want to reduce a program of this quality? Yeah, 2821627.
It's on page 142.
142, yeah.
On the back of the item. At the back of the head.
Again, Madam President, we approve supplemental funding, and so there's again no decrease, but really we had approved supplemental funding for Hurricane Dorian. So now the levels are going back to what they were.
Self-starter?
Under the self-starter program, yes. That's the information I've been given.
It would have been transferred somewhere else, from somewhere else, between 2018 and 2019. So you just haven't. And it ended up here.
54. Okay.
Many are in favor
Yes.
that head 47 be agreed, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 47 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I now beg leave to move that heads 48, 49, 51, and 53 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that heads 48, 49, 51, and 53 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Heads 48, 49, 51, and 53 are agreed.
Making progress. Madam Chair, I now beg leave to move that head 54 be agreed. Department of Road Traffic.
It's been moved and seconded that head 54 be agreed. As many.
Thank you so much.
Senator Dalvo.
I don't mean to be rude, but I want to help you with the process. Yes, head 54, we want 2241209, vehicle license materials. I noticed there's a $500,000 fee, and I'm not sure if this is the same program that was at the Department of Corrections. That is now actually here, but could you clarify that? Because I've seen that in another head.
224, what's the number?
1209.
Again,
tell me what that is.
Madam President, the information that I've been advised of is that funds are provided for the procurement of consumables, which include vehicle and motorcycle license plates. Yes.
As many as are in favor that head 54 be agreed, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 54 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 55 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 55 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 55 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 56 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 56 be agreed. As many. Senator Sweeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to go to line item 2241253, dog surveillance database. Yeah, I remember to the last budget, this was a new line item that was for $142,500, and then in this year's budget, it's eliminated again. So I don't know if the program was stopped.
They obviously didn't spend it.
Or they didn't use it at all. Because I know a lot of
They probably didn't use it.
I know a lot of the farmers and the family islands and in Luthra still have a lot of issues with dogs, and I'm sure they could have used that program.
As many as are in favor that.
No, we're not finished. That's it?
No. Sorry.
No, close you out. Yeah,
No.
okay.
Oh, go ahead, Senator Sweeting. I thought you were done.
Don't gross me out, Madam
I
Chair.
thought you were done.
2251137 National Slaughterhouse. Same thing. There was no budget allocation until last year's budget, $350,000, and then this year, the item was removed again. National Slaughterhouse. National Slaughterhouse. I don't know if is that the abattoir?
5117.
Yeah, is that the abattoir? That same thing. Okay.
Nothing to return after the fact.
No, and
So
nothing.
that's done?
Is that done?
$6 million.
So are you removing funding from the abattoir? Or?
It's gone.
So I can move. Okay. Please get back to us on that. 2251139 food security. I see it's a new allocation for $6 million.
New program.
So, but my
Money for everything. We get agriculture on the map.
no, but my question is with that $6 million, you also removed $1 million from BAIC. You removed some money from BAH and food safety. You also removed a little over $1 million from the School of Agriculture, Marine Science, and Andrus Bemsey. So are you just removing the same money and shifting it around to make it look like you doing a new program and care about agriculture?
There is a principle.
Yeah.
There's a principle in this. The first issue is every ministry is mandated to have a 20% cut in recurrent expenditure. That's the first principle. And that would have been achieved right across the board with very few exceptions. And only exceptions based on either the national emergency or essential services type things. The second principle is that if you wish to reallocate money for a special project, to the extent that you can get it from existing allocations by reallocating, that is the second principle. Now, in this case, roughly $3 million was reallocated, and another $3 million was added, which would reflect, certainly the additional 3 would reflect the policy component in supporting the reallocation and to ensure that it is effectively deployed.
Okay. Thank you, AG. But I'm not sure if it's a full $3 million because also with feeder farms and land clearing, item 2251344.
Yeah.
I spoke to Senator earlier today, and they informed me that the minister's new policy is to clear land for free within the family islands for farmers.
Yeah.
But here, with this feeding, farm roads, and land clearing, the budget drops from 1.7 to $400,000.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how you could clear land for free.
We'll get back to you on that point, but no, the policy expressed will be the policy implemented.
Okay.
What I think you need to bear in mind is that that may reflect actual expenditure for the last year, but I mean we don't know. Okay, but the point being though that a clear policy has been enunciated, and it will be implemented where it can be implemented.
As many as are in favor that head 56 be agreed, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 56 is agreed.
Okay, you wish to go to which head now? 65? 60. Okay. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that heads 57 and 58 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that heads 57 and 58 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Heads 57 and 58 are agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 60 be agreed.
May I have a second? It's been moved and seconded that head 60 be agreed. As many, Senator Dalville.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We go straight into it to Ministry of Health, and it's 2241203, drugs and vaccines. It's a new line, and I just need to get some clarification. Yeah.
2241203.
Yeah. There's an increase. Well, that meaning there's $1 million allocated for it. I know it's drugs and vaccine, but I don't know if it's. I need some clarification on it.
We're hoping to get some vaccines to spend it on. COVID-19.
That's what I want to find.
What I've been advised of, Madam President, is that this is a new line item.
Yes, it is.
And the funds are earmarked to purchase necessary drugs and vaccines for this year. For this
year?
Yes.
Okay, so it's actually been moved. Okay, all right.
May have been moved somewhere.
Yeah, it's moved. Okay, so they put it as a line because vaccines and drugs are purchased every year. So it's not a new thing for the Ministry of Health. Maybe they've consolidated. Yeah. I want to go to 2241299, other supplies and materials, because we have noticed a drop of about $700,000 in a very tight situation at the Ministry of Health, and I want to know why.
From 1 million.
That's a significant amount, and I want to know what is that a reflection of. That's actually 224-1299.
It's on page 165 in the middle, right above the bold in the middle.
Again, Madam President, what I am advised of is that the reduction reflects the transfer of funds from Head 60, Ministry of Health, to the Department of Public Health. And they also indicate to note that supplementary funding in the amount of $57,000 for Hurricane Dorian is reflected in the revised estimates also.
Okay. Yes, thanks a lot. Yes, I see.
That's it?
Well, no. I have a few more under health. I'm concerned about the 228-1178 provision of contingencies. There's a new line item of $21.3 million. And I need some clarification.
81178. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. I want to know. Give me some indication of that because that's the first time we're seeing that large amount, and that line is the new line.
Yep. And Madam President, this actually is very important. The increase in public health allocation has been specifically earmarked for COVID-19 response. This includes ongoing detection, treatment, and mitigation of COVID-19. Funds will cover the cost of medical equipment and supplies, quarantine facilities, and other measures to ensure that the Bahamas is equipped to cover and to combat the cover the spread, of the virus. So this has to do completely with COVID-19 to ensure that the Bahamas
do our best to ensure.
Exactly, that we are adequately funded to be able to cover.
Thank you so much. And now I understand what it is, and we would be looking for it. And I want to go to 2511213, and it's the Public Hospitals Authority.
Yes.
There is a reduction of close to
22.
Yeah, it's a substantial amount reduction in their budgetary allocation. It's a couple million.
12
Yeah, it's a couple million.
12 million.
Yeah, please. I need to know. Give me some clarification on that. Why was it reduced? Is that reflective of the funding going to NHI?
It's reflective, Madam President, of the policy for...
We need to be able to hear the answer, please.
Which is for there to be a reduction and we expect for them to operate more efficiently.
Rationalize their actions effectively.
As many as are in favor that Head 60 be agreed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 60 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move now that Head 65 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that Head 65 be agreed. As many, Senator
Thank you so
Galvo.
much. Yes, we go straight into 225-1115 consultancy services.
Yes.
In the Department of Environmental Health.
Yes.
Climbed from 16 million to 19 million.
Yeah.
We want to have some sort of clarification on that as well. Yeah. Consultancy. Yeah. What consultancies we're looking at?
We're setting up a new department, 225, Department of Environmental Planning and Protection.
I need clarification. It's just there. I need an idea what it is. Because we make
Okay.
garbage collection.
Garbage collection.
Okay, and is it garbage? It just says garbage collection or garbage collection throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas or only Nassau?
Throughout the Commonwealth.
It would be throughout the Bahamas. No, I mean because we need to know.
As many as are in favor that...
One more
Oh, you
question.
have another?
Yes, I just need clarification on this because it is 225-1348 and it's debris management. And we know that we have a new ministry where $10 million was allocated and we went from 23 million to 10 million. I just need some clarification. We don't show it here, so that's being taken over to the new ministry?
Yeah, somewhere
or
else,
is
yes,
this reflective where the money's been dispersed? The same amount has been dispersed in many different ministries.
Madam President, that's exactly right. Provisions are being made in Head 75 which is the new disaster recovery and reconstruction ministry. So that's what this reflects.
So it's just 10 million now for the management. Yep. Throughout the Bahamas.
Yeah.
You have less to bring.
As many as are in favor that head 65 be agreed, say aye. Those opposed, nay.
7, you want to go to?
The ayes have it. Head 65 is agreed.
Oh, Madam Chair, I move that head 66, Department of Public Health, be agreed.
Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 66 be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 66 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 67 be agreed, Ministry of Tourism and Aviation.
It's been moved and seconded that head 67 be agreed. As many as are in favor, Senator Dalvo.
Thank you so much, Madam President. We go to salary of contract workers, 211102, and we notice that there is a substantial increase in contract workers at the Ministry of Tourism. We just need some clarification on that, because if you go to the salary of permanent and pensionable, there is a reduction, and so we just need to know what is the logic behind the increase in contract workers. Yeah. Permanent pension is reduced.
Madam President, it's been an increase of 659,000. The information that I have, and bear in mind, 659,000 out of 13 million. So the provisions, I've been advised, provisions adequately fund the salaries during the 2020-2021 budget. That's the information that I have.
So there's no new contract workers. No, it doesn't say that there's any new contract.
And probably with contract people taken on last year.
Okay, okay, we move on to 2251116, facilitation and support. There's a new number there of 7.9 million. We trying to get an idea what what's the logic behind that increase. This new line, I don't know what the new line is about.
On page 173?
Yeah.
2251116.
Yeah. From where? It's transferred from marketing and rent from the Ministry of Tourism.
Madam President, the information again that I have is that this allocation is transferred from marketing, 7.4 million, and rent of the communication line items. So it's indicating that it's transferred.
And then my final question, there's one here, 2251123, Bahamas Air Holdings. I noticed there's a reduction from 22 million to 19 million. Is that just the same thing, SOE? SOE? I just want to know, just to make sure we're not downgrading Bahamas. And then we want to go to please. That line item is 2511203. There is there's a couple of $1 million reduction on Bahamas Air Holdings. And if it is SOE, we can understand. If it's a downsizing of our family island operations, same policy? Okay, let's move on to 2821417, Bahamas Civil Aviation Authority. There has been a lot of talk about policing aircraft safety. It's talking about our airspace and all of these different things, yet we notice there's a decrease of about 5 million.
Same policy.
Same policy? So you think it's adequate? Okay, all right. We move on to
As many as are in favor that head 67 be agreed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. Head 67 is agreed.
Okay. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 70 be agreed. 70.
It's been moved and seconded that head 70 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 70 is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 72 be agreed, Ministry of Environment and Housing.
It's been moved and seconded that head 72 be agreed. As many,
Thank you so
Senator
much.
Dalvo.
Yes, ma'am. Ministry of Environment and Housing. We're looking at salary of permanent and pensionable, 211101, and you notice that there's about close to a $2 million increase. Minister, could you please give us an indication what's happening there?
Madam President, if you would notice on 3 lines below, there's also a decrease of 1.8 million. And what has taken place is the weekly staff is now being regularized to become permanent.
As many as are in favor that head 72 be agreed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 72 is agreed.
Okay, which one now?
The digitization, transformation digitization. That's basic.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 73 be agreed. It's the Department of Transformation and Digitization.
Madam Chair, I stand to second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 73 be agreed. As many,
Thank you so
Senator
much.
Dalvo.
Yes, 73, we have a concern with 2231104 and its operation of data centers. We need to know exactly what it is because there's an increase of close to about 8 million. What is the logic and what is the government planning to do, Minister?
Madam President, this is actually the government's data center that houses what they call a government GNet. All of the government's website information with respect to the Registrar General's office and a number of other government ministries are housed in the data center. There's a data center in the office of the Prime Minister. There's also one housed at Cable Bahamas in Nassau, and then there's another one housed in Grand Bahama. It was actually underfunded in last year's budget. So we right-sized the funding of it to ensure that we have adequate funding. So there's really no adjustment that is being done, but we are just making sure that it's adequately funded to keep it going.
Could you explain to me what the data center is? Is it where the cloud system is? Is it where the hard drives
we want
are?
to get into this detail?
No. I mean, the minister is responsible. I just would like to know.
Talk to him offline. You don't need to.
No, I need the details.
I can give you very simple answer.
Simple, please.
Very simple answer with respect to all of the government data that it keeps, and all of the running of the websites are being held at those data centers. So that's what the data center really is.
I'm concerned about the security and doing up the legal parameters. Anyway, we'll talk about that later.
You okay? Yeah.
Yes. I'll let that go. We move on.
As many as are in favor that head 73 be agreed, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 73 is agreed.
No legislation came to Parliament about it. 74. No, that's no me and him talking. No, I'm not asking it. No, we're not going into that kind of details. No.
When's your next?
74, sir.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 74 be agreed. I know that Grand Bahama can't resist going to Grand Bahama. If I may obtain a second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 74 be agreed. As many, Senator Colby Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I recall during the debate, Senator Darville mentioned the tech hubs, and Mr. Thompson referred him to line item 2251199. Now, I have a few questions I just want you to confirm or answer. First, I wanted to know if this total amount is what is allocated for the tech hub, and whether there were payments out of this amount going to any other companies or GIBC. And apart from that, when will the report for the tech hubs for 2019 become publicly available? Thank you.
Madam President, this is it's under other services. And yes, it has been, the name has been changed from the Tech Up Initiative to other services, but that's really what this covers. The total amount of the 1 million is going towards the Tech Up. On the second question of the GIBC, that's a matter I would have to check to see, so I can get back to you with respect to it. The total 1 million is going towards the Tech Up Initiative. We have reports that once we complete our website, which we expect actually to be done within about 2 weeks, the reports then will be posted to the website. So it'll be coming. Thank you, sir.
As many as are in favor that head 74 be agreed, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 74 is agreed.
Okay, so we finished with that head? Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 75, Ministry of Disaster Preparedness, Management and Reconstruction be agreed. You don't have any questions on that, right?
Last one, no.
Head 75?
That's not a ministry, sir.
Okay. No, Ministry Head 75.
Nothing, sir.
Okay. And then, so I'll move that Head 75 and Head 76 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 75 and head 76 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 75 and 76 are agreed.
Madam Chair, it is now a great pleasure to move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise a second.
The schedule be agreed, first of all. That the schedule be agreed. If I may obtain a second.
Madam Chair, I rise a second.
It's been moved and seconded that the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The schedule is agreed.
And now it's a great pleasure to move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Madam Chair, I now beg leave to move that the long title of a bill for an act for the... My mic is on. You can't hear me? Okay. It's on. Okay, sorry. Okay. Madam Chair, I now beg leave to move that the long title of a bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $515,524,579 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th of June 2021 be agreed. If I may obtain a seconder.
Madam Chair, I rise a seconder.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that clause 3 of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that clause 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Clause 3 of the bill is agreed.
No. This capital.
I talk with capital.
Yeah, we're not looking here. We're
Bring it, Carl. See, like estimate of capital budgets, 14, Office of the Prime Minister.
Okay.
It's here. It's here.
Capital.
My budget.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Okay, Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that heads 7 and 13 of the schedule be agreed.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that heads 7 and 13 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed nay. Heads 7 and 13 of the bill are agreed.
What page is that on? This is on page 296.
Wait. Hold a second, fellas. Yeah, there's some other issues. No, there are different. Let's go straight to where we call the capital budget.
That's why I said it ain't in your capital bill.
1 second.
Construction of temporary housing.
That's the downstairs.
Right, capital.
So it begins on 196.
This is downstairs.
Page 196.
Just 114. Which is office at Parliamentary. That's why he's asking. Page 200.
26. Okay, 1 second. There you go.
Listen downstairs. That's why I bring it up. Listen downstairs. There's 3 heads. Capitals listed on that bill.
That's right.
So that's a summary of the agencies. This is 195.
You got a minute. You can get your breath off tonight.
5, 6. 5, 6, 7, and then that's it, eh? No, 14. 5, 6, and 14. Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you what, whatever in this here ain't being moved on. Whatever is not in this bill will not be spent in capital. That's the way it goes, unless they come with another supplementary appropriation. We are going, yeah. 1 second.
No, I need clarity.
Clarify, please. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but that's it. Check the years. You got to check the year.
No.
There's some expenditures showing in the schedule, but there may be nothing in this year's allocation.
Zero.
There's zero. It's zeroed out.
Yeah, no, but this is the point that I was about to ask, AJ. The point that I was about
What's
to
the next point?
Okay, if I may, the point that I was about to ask,
Is where the money
if there's zero,
Yeah.
where the money went to another ministry.
Well,
that's what I want to know.
That's another.
No, but it can go.
No, it can't. Capital is spent in the year in which it's allocated or it's not. And then the determination is made whether one seeks to reallocate it or let it go. It's not recurrent expenditure. This is annual capital. All right, so if they could tell you the kind of where it went to? Was it reallocated somewhere? Okay.
Madam President, obviously, as was indicated, for this year, there's no capital for the Office of the Prime Minister. The agency in the 2019-2020 Hurricane Dorian supplemental funding was received on behalf of the Disaster Recovery Authority.
Which page is that?
For the provision of temporary housing, RVs, module trailer homes for public officers and residents. So that $4 million that was previously in the budget, it was given for during the supplemental exercise, and it was spent on the temporary housing, RVs, module trailer homes for public officers and residents of Abaco. And then there was an allocation of $2.5 million for sundry capital expenditure in 2019-2020 in the supplemental budget exercise. Funding was provided for the rehabilitation and the restoration projects. So that's what the funding was used on.
Okay, so we go to 29.
No. 13. No, we're gonna we moved 7 to 13. I want to move them again. so we're clear of exactly where we are.
What's happening with 13? What is the $2 million?
No, he's going to, 13 is okay, he's gonna move, you're gonna move,
He wants to know. One second, Senator Doctor. He wants to know what the 2.5 million capital for tourism.
For foreign ministry.
Oh, foreign affairs. Pardon me. Yeah, 2.5. Yeah, number 13.
and then after, that's the only question you have the AG you could go from. That's very good. Because our next question.
Okay, yeah.
Should we just move
Yeah, we.
Please, yeah.
Wait. We haven't moved 7 as yet. That's right. I'm trying to get there. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 7 be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise a second.
It's been moved and seconded that head 7 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 7 is agreed.
No.
Head 7, that's AG's office.
Okay. No, I had a
You want to
question.
get to 13 now?
I wanted a question.
Where?
Head 7.
What?
AG's office. I was standing for a question.
No, you just stood for a question, but please, if you want to go back, my brother.
No. Finish, go ahead.
Come on, man, ask a
That's all right,
question.
go ahead.
Man, ask a question, man.
That's all right, go ahead.
No, please, brother.
No, man, move on.
If you don't,
We're going to keep
Okay.
bowing to each other all the
Okay.
let's move on.
Man, he's just trying to go see me. That's what he's trying to do. But this would be to do with capital acquisition for our databases.
Yes.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 13 of the schedule be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 13 be agreed. As many,
yes.
Senator Mitchell.
Yes, I asked the minister across the table. There's an item 2.5 million. I just wonder what the expenditure is for.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as I've been advised, 1.9 is on building maintenance. Funding in the amount of $350,000 provides for the upgrade and repairs to the head office, administration, Director General's office area, and the protocol area. There's a sum of $550,000 provides for the upgrade and repairs to Washington Embassy, and the sum of $1 million provides for urgent upgrade and repairs to the residence chancery in London. There is $100,000 for motor vehicles, and that is set for additional vehicles for the protocol section and administration section. And then there is $500,000, which is allocated for represents payments to Canadian banknote for the e-visa and e-passport project.
As many as are in favor that clause 13 be agreed, that head 13 be agreed, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 13 is agreed.
Okay. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move now that heads 21 and 23. 28, no. You want to go to head 33, right? Okay. 21, 23, 29, and 32. Be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise a second.
Sir, I'm reading this document here. This is the bill.
Yeah, if it's zero,
Not that piece of paper you have.
It's been moved and seconded that heads 21, 23, 29, and 32 be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Heads 21, 23, 29, and 32 are agreed.
Okay, Doc. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that head 33 be agreed. Right. There you go.
It's been moved and seconded that head 33 be agreed. As many,
Thank you.
Senator Dalvo.
Thank you. Yes, Madam President, we're looking at 3111301 bridge and maintenance. I need to have a little bit clarification on it because I need to know where it points to. We went from 8.7 million to 19.2. I just need some
Fresh
clarification.
Street, fishing hole.
No, I just want to know.
All them some other bridges that was being spoken about?
Fishing will open tomorrow. I think that one, that's when the money is gone.
As was stated, I think throughout the debate, that the Ministry of Works is going to be doing a large number of capital projects,
Spanish
and many of them in the Family Islands. And so funding in the amount of $8 million provides for the replacement of the Little Abaco Bridge
There you go.
and seawall, Marsh Harbor Abaco, installation of new drainage wells and maintenance of existing wells. Funding also in the amount of $2.3 million is allocated for Elbow Key Dune and road repairs. Funding in the amount of $1,098,000 provides the London Creek installation of culverts, bridges funding. Funding in the amount of $4.8 million provides for Stanyard Creek Bridge construction. So we are very pleased that Andres now is going to have their bridge reconstructed. Funding in the amount of $1.6 million provides for the replacement of for the reconstruction, I think, of the bridge. 1.6 million provides for the replacement of the Spanish Wells and Russell Island Bridge, and 1.3 million for continued maintenance of other bridges. So, Madam President, we are building and rebuilding all sorts of bridges throughout the Family Islands.
As many
Madam President, 3111377 Airport Infrastructural Program is a new line item for 11 million. We just need to. I do not know if it was not available. If it was dealt down. So
You get to the breakdown.
this airport. I need the breakdown. Yeah, I need the airport infrastructure because I didn't hear it. I was
Grand Bahama Airport.
absolutely.
Madam President, there is an additional, I think, 11 million allocated for airport infrastructure program. Again, the Minister for Works had indicated that there's going to be a significant amount of work that's going to be done throughout the Family Islands with respect to our airports. And so funding provides for works to the following airports. And I want us to make sure that we hear which airports are going to be going to benefit from this allocation. 1.5 million for Great Harbor Key landside works. 3.8 million for Bimini airside works. 4 million for the Exuma Airport landside construction works, and 2.5 million for Deadman's Key Airport landside work. So, Madam President, not only are we going to be doing bridges, but we are also going to be upgrading and repairing and enhancing the airports throughout the Family Islands.
As many as are agreed that head 33, as many are in favor that head 33 be agreed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 33 is agreed.
Next one, Doc.
We go to 772.
Okay. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move that heads 38, 40, 56, 60, and 67 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that heads 38, 40, 56, 60, and 67 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Heads 38, 40, 56, 60, and 67 are agreed.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to deal with office business. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move the head 72 of the schedule be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 72 of the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor, You have a question on Head 72?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I don't know if this was dealt with downstairs, but I just need clarification on it. It's subdivision development under the Ministry of Environment and Housing, and it's actually 3111319. Is this associated with subdivision development in Abaco, or it's a combination of subdivision developments throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and possibly McLeanstown, as indicated by the Prime Minister, that some additional just government subdivisions. So it wasn't specific in what you.
As many as are in favor that Head 72 be agreed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 72 is agreed.
Okay. Madam Chair, I beg leave to move now that heads 73, 74, and 75 in the schedule be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that Head 73, 74, and 75 be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Head 73, 74, and 75 are agreed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I now beg leave to move that the schedule be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the schedule be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The schedule is agreed.
Madam Chair, I beg leave to move with pleasure that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded. I have it. That the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
That's it. Beyond? No, that's capital. That's capital.
Yeah, I want to keep them all together. Additional bills? Madam Chair, you can really the additional bills. There's a new bill. Madam Chair, I move that a bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act, the long title, be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Sure.
I'm sorry, that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chair, I move that Section 2 of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that Section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chair, I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Madam Chair, I move that the long title, the Excise Amendment Bill 2020, be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
I move that the short title be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is agreed.
I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
You don't have to move twice.
I thought I did. I didn't?
No.
Madam Chair, I move that Clause 2 be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the long title, the bill for an act to amend the value added tax be added to be. I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the long title, the bill for an act to amend the value added tax act be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of a bill to amend the Value Added Tax Act be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that sections 2 to 19 be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that sections 2 through 19 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Sections 2 through 19 of the bill are agreed.
I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Madam Chair, I move that the long title of bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise.
It's been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the stamp, that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
May I have a second?
Second, please.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that sections 2 and 3 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that sections 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Sections 2 and 3 of the bill are agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the long title, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act, be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act be agreed, that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
I move that the short title be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is
Madam
agreed.
Chair, I move that section 2 of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Section 2 of the bill be agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move the long title of bill for an act to amend the Business License Act be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Business License Act be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is
Madam
agreed.
Chairman, I move that sections 3, 4, and 5 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that sections 3, 4, and 5 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Sections 3, 4, and 5 of the bill are agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the long title, a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act, be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that sections 2 to 6 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that sections 2 through 6 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Sections 2 through 6 of the bill are agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. I know we're tired.
Madam Chairman, I move the long title of the City of Nassau Revitalization Amendment Bill 2020 be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is
Madam
agreed.
Chairman, I move that section 2 of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the long title, a bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act, be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise a second.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that sections 2 and 3 be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise a second.
It's been moved and seconded that sections 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Sections 2 and 3 of the bill are agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the long title bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
I move that the short title be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chair, I move that the bill be agreed. No, I move that section two of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the long title of Bill for an Act to amend the Port Authorities Act be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move the long title of the Bill for an Act to amend the Fisheries, Resources, Jurisdiction, and Conservation Act be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Fisheries, Resources, Jurisdiction, and Conservation Act be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I move that section 2 of the bill be agreed.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
Madam Chair, I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no, nay. The ayes have it. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Madam Chairman, I now move that the President resumes the chair.
Madam Chair, I rise to second.
It's been moved and seconded that the President now resumes the chair. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The President will now resume the chair. Madam President. Oh, she's coming. Madam President, I beg leave to report that the Committee of the Whole has gone through the various bills, and agreed that having made no amendments.
Senators, the Chairman of the Committee of the Whole, thank you. The Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the bills have been gone through and agreed with no amendments, right? No amendments. Okay, so you're next, right?
Yeah, third reading and passage.
I thought you had to say something first. Don't you have to say something first? No.
No, we already moved
Okay.
out of the committee.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time.
Sorry. No, you have to call third reading and passing.
That's what I asked. Okay.
Call back to the agenda now. Okay, let me just hold it.
Third reading.
Madam President, there are no further matters in the committee or second reading. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Right.
Third reading and passing of bills.
Thank you, Madam President. There are a number of third readings. But I would now like to, it's a great pleasure it's a great privilege to move for the third reading and passage. It is both a pleasure and a privilege. Most privileges are pleasurable. It's their privileges. Madam President, I beg leave to move for the third reading and passage of a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st July 2020 and ending on the 30th of June 2021. If I may obtain a seconder.
Madam President, I second.
Do they know what they're seconding?
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money. I'm sorry? For and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st July 2020 and ending 30th of June 2021. The bill
The be read a third time.
The bill is to be
passed.
that was the third time, right? He's gonna read it next, right? Okay, the bill is to be read a third time and passed.
As many
As many as are
as are in favor.
as many. Wait a minute. Okay, the bill has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2020 and ending the 30th of June 2021.
Ordered that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses 2020-2021 Act 2020. For the third reading.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it is a pleasure and a privilege, again, to move for the third reading and passage of a bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $515,524,579 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th June 2021. If I may obtain a seconder.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $515,524,579 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th June 2021. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. The bill to be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $559,524,579 fallen towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending the 30th of June, 2021.
Ordered that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Appropriations Capital Development 2020-2021 Act 2020. For the third readings.
Madam President, I beg leave to move for the third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act. If I may obtain the second.
Madam President, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
Madam President, I beg leave.
Order that the bill to now pass and the title thereof declared to be the Tariff Amendment Act 2020. For the third readings.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to move for the third reading and passing a bill for an act to amend the Excise Act. If I may obtain the second.
Madam President, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Excise Act. All those in favor, aye. Aye. All those opposed, the ayes have it. Bill to be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
Omitted. Read a third time and passed. Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be the Excise Amendment Act 2020.
Madam President.
For the third readings.
Thank you very much. I beg leave to move for the third reading and passing a bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act. If I may obtain the second.
Madam President, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act be read all those in favor, be read a third time and passed. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Value Added Tax Act. Tax Amendment. Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2020. For the third readings.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to move for third reading and passing a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
Madam President, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Stamped Act be read a third time and passed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Bill to be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
Order Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be the Stamp Act. Oh goodness, the Stamp Amendment Act 2020. For the third reading.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to move for third reading and passing a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act. If I may obtain a second.
Madam President, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act be read a third time and passed. So, as many as are in favor, aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
Ordered that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be the Customs Management Amendment Act 2020. For the third readings.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to move for third reading and passing a bill for an act to amend the Business License Act. If I may obtain a second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Business License Act be read a third time and passed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Business License Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be the Business License Act 2020. Business License Amendment Act 2020. For the third readings.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to move for third reading and passing a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. If I may obtain a second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Real Property Tax Amendment Bill Act be read for a third time and passed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be the Real Property Tax Amendment Act 2020. For the third reading.
Thank you, Madam President. I beg leave to move for third reading and passing a bill for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act be read a third time and passed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill to be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act.
Ordered that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be the City of Nassau Revitalization Amendment Act 2020. For the third readings.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg leave to move for third reading and passing a bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act. If I may obtain a second.
Has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act be read a third time and passed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2020. For the third readings.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I beg leave to move for third reading and passing a bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act.
Madam President, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act be on blank. be read a third time and passed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Order that the bill be read a third time.
Bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be the Boat Registration Amendment Act 2020. Further third readings.
Madam President, I beg leave to move for third reading and passing a bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act.
Madam President, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act be read a third time and pass. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Order that the bill be read a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be the Port Authorities Amendment Act 2020. Further third readings.
Madam President, I beg leave to move for third reading and passing a bill for an act to amend the Fisheries, Resources, Jurisdiction, and Conservation Act. So I may obtain a second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill for the Fisheries, Resources, Jurisdiction, and Conservation Amendment Bill 2020 be read a third time and passed. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Order that the bill be read a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Fisheries, Resources, Jurisdiction, and Conservation Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be the Fisheries, Resources, Jurisdiction, and Conservation Amendment Act 2020. Further third readings?
There are no further third readings, Madam President. Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, Madam President, with your leave. I was asked a question as I was exiting the chamber as to whether or not the opposition supported the bills. I just wanted to explain that the tradition, as I understand it in both houses, is if we raise no objection at the time of the vote, that means silence is consent. So it's passed without objection. If we had abstained, we would have withdrawn from the table. If we had said no, we would have said no. Or in the House, we would have stood. So I just wanted to say.
Thank you.
All right.
We will continue with our agenda. Consideration of House amendments, resolutions, discharge of...
Resolutions.
Oh.
I have to move this resolution. I have to move the resolution. Yeah, good. Sorry. Sorry, Madam President, I'd like to formally move the following resolution. Resolve that an address be presented to the Governor General by this House, praying that the rule pursuant to Chapter 351, Section 14.3 of the Central Bank Act, as delineated in the notice laid before this House on the 6th of February 2020, demonetizing the 1 cent coin be annulled. If I can have a seconder.
Second. Okay. So it has been moved and seconded that be it resolved that an address be presented to the Governor General by this House, praying that the rule pursuant to Chapter 351, Section 14.3 of the Central Bank Act, as delineated in the notice laid before the House on 6 February 2020, demonetizing the 1 cent coin be annulled. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Aye. The resolution is not passed. It is defeated.
Sorry, I didn't want to call for a formal, but if the minutes can simply reflect that the 4 opposition members voted for the resolution, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You don't even ask for the division.
Okay. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me first give notice that all items in the name of the government should be placed and remain on the agenda. And I wish to add this to the agenda and give notice that at the next meeting of the Honorable Senate, the following resolution will be debated, and we trust passed. So I will read it and move it, and then read it, and require a seconder, please. Whereas, pursuant to Article 29(1) of the Constitution, the Governor General made a proclamation of emergency hereinafter called the Proclamation, dated the 17th day of March 2020, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Bahamas. And whereas, pursuant to Article 29(4) of the Constitution, the proclamation ceases to be in force at the expiration of a period of 14 days, beginning on the date on which it was made, or such longer period as may be approved under paragraph 5 of Article 29 of the Constitution. And whereas Article 29(5) of the Constitution provides for the continuance in force of a proclamation, if at any time, while the proclamation is in force, a resolution is passed by each House of Parliament approving its continuance in force for a further period not exceeding 6 months, beginning on the day on which it would otherwise expire. The proclamation shall, if not sooner revoked, continue in force for that further period. And whereas, pursuant to Article 29(5) of the Constitution, resolution, hereinafter the first resolution was passed by each House of Parliament on the 30th day of March 2020, which proved the continuance in force of the proclamation for a further period of 8 days until the 8th day of April 2020. This is getting long. I can just go to the last paragraph now. And I'm going to go to the last paragraph, which is a tradition. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House approves the continuance of the proclamation made on the 17th day of March 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Regulations 2020 made on the 17th day of March 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020. C, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Special Provisions Order 2020 made on the 30th day of March 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020. And D, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 No. 5 Order 2020 made on the 24th day of June 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020. If I may obtain a seconder.
You don't need a second.
No? At this stage? Just a notice saying. Okay, all right, okay, I'll get that. Okay, we'll get that later. So, as I indicated, that is the intention at the next sitting of the Honorable Senate to debate that resolution.
Madam. Oh, sorry, you didn't lay it on the table yet. Sorry, I'd like to renew the notices of those on the water paper in the name of the opposition, please. I've done that.
He's done it. He's done it. Except that which has been removed by virtue of the vote. Set it up. Except that which has been removed by virtue of the vote tonight. The resolution. Don't worry about it.
Madam President, I rise to second.
All those opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. The Senate is adjourned.
Yeah. Madam President, I now beg leave to move that the Senate be now adjourned. Yes. Oh, you say it back.
The Senate is adjourned.
Thank you, Madam.